Alrighty, APMT students, we are live with our. Charlie, can you try muting your mic? Okay. Is there still an echo? So. Oh, I think that made it better. Can you guys hear me in the comments? Yep, you can hear me? All good? No echo? Perfect. Okay, so I'll intro us while we try to figure out what's wrong with our mics. But to start off, I am Harrison Burnside. I am actually taking the APMT exam with you guys this year. So 2020, I'm here to help with all of the changes stuff, what's going to be on the exam, what's not going to be on the exam, all of that good jazz. We're going to talk about all that today. We're going to go over the skills that you need for the sight singing and figure-based FRQs. And we're just going to have a fun time reviewing that stuff. It's not going to be high stress. We're spending 5 hours. You know, you guys are allowed to take all the breaks that you need, do everything that you want. You know, this is for you. So I guess Charlie can introduce herself next.
Hi, my name is. Oh, okay. That I already hear. My issues. I'm here to talk about my perspective of some.
So it seems like Charlie's mic is having a few problems. So Charlie, do you want to go get some headphones to use for this audio? Okay, so while Charlie's not here, we can have our APMT Fiveable teacher introduce herself if she's still here. Mickey, are you still here? Oh, there she is.
Maybe not.
There it is. You're good.
There you go. Okay, good. Hi guys, I'm Mickey Hansen. I am an AP Music Theory teacher, and I've taught in Texas, in Kansas, in Germany, Washington State. So I've kind of been all over the place. I also was a student back in the day and took AP Music Theory myself, which definitely got me on the track for wanting to teach music, and I absolutely love it. So here I am back in the game with you guys, definitely feeling the stress that you guys are carrying. So I'm hoping that if there's any last minute stress, that definitely you guys are in fantastic hands with Harrison and Charlie. And then I will be back on later, and we'll be doing a bunch of practice things and last minute what to do, what not to do kind of stuff. But you'll hear all that also from Harrison and Charlie. So yeah. So Harrison, how are things going on your end? You ready for this test?
I'm studying. I'm practicing. I mean, I'm doing the best that I can. Mostly it's just practice because I kind of already know the content from years of playing piano and stuff, and that's why I took the exam this year.
Okay, I'm curious now that I'm here with all you guys. I'm curious for all the people that are watching whether you guys already have been playing instruments or not. So yeah, you're back. Great. And I'm going to create a little poll. So you guys head on down to the poll. Do you already play an instrument or sing? Or is this basically your first kind of jump into music of any kind? So yes, then playing or singing, or no, first time. So I'm going to add this to the poll. I'm just very curious, and why this is also important is because there are people, and I have known people, I mean, by and large, you guys are in music theory because you've been playing, you want to play, you want to continue, it's great. But I have also met people that just really enjoy music and they don't actually play. And so they, they just want to jump in and learn the behind the scenes, even though they can't actually play or sing. But okay, yeah, of course, 100%. I'm not surprised whatsoever. But so I see some people, alto sax, violin, piano, sing, fantastic. Jazz. Oh wait, no, that's a different comment. Piano and singing, excellent. Violin, some string players there. Percussionist, excellent. Jazz, there you go. I'm a jazz pianist too, so there we go. Violin, flute and sax, horn, guitar, piano, bassoon. Near my double reed representing. I'm also an oboist. I'm primarily an oboist, actually. I've been a professional musician with the Wichita Symphony and different festivals around the world. And I'm back with coronavirus, back to teaching. So here we are. Jazz piano, classical, horn, trumpet, piano. Yeah, we got the whole orchestra here. I don't see any cello players. Do we have any cellists? No cellists? Trombone. We definitely have the full orchestra except the cello section. That's what, and the conductors. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Good times, guys. How's it going there, Charlie? Are you able to get back on here? You're still echoing. Yeah, John, okay, you're still echoing. Were you able to get headphones at all? I'm gonna have to tune you off. You're gonna have to like thumbs up for headphones, thumbs down, no headphones. You do have headphones. Okay, good. And I don't hear you guys. Okay, Harrison, how are things going over there?
Fine. I'm all good.
Okay,
Sorry, the crowd keeps saying there's an error.
Oh dear. Okay. I'm just gonna apologize to everybody. I know this is kind of a slow start, and you're watching us kind of tap dance a little bit here, but we're all musicians, so we know what it's like to be on stage and have to kind of go with the flow. So here we are. Do you think you guys are ready to try to do this?
Yeah, so if Charlie wants to go try to find some headphones for audio, I can queue up the slides and get started with just like talking about our agenda today. Great. What are we going to do? What are we going to talk about? All that stuff.
Cool. All right, guys. So, yeah, so Charlie, you back? Are you back there, Charlie?
I'm going to figure out.
Nope. Okay. So Charlie will need to go and get the headphone thing figured out, whatever it is. Harrison, do you want to just go ahead and get started? And
yeah, I'll go ahead and start. But Charlie, do you have any headphones you can use? Usually I use like these headphones for audio if I have a problem, but then I just use my computer mic because it's better. So maybe you want to try that while I get started with the agenda, Charlie? Awesome.
I'm also just going to take a look here which unit. Now I'm actually really curious, and I'd love to hear this back into the chat. If you just chat in, did you guys during the school year, did you guys organize by unit, or did you organize just by topic that kind of went in and out of different units? By unit. Okay, cool. Unit. Okay. Topics. Okay, there's a lot of topic people too. Unit. Okay. So far, it looks about half and half or so. Yeah, I'm just curious because, some teachers and some just, the way people are organizing it, they don't actually want to have it by unit because there's so many things that overlap conceptually. And then other times by topic, it's not as maybe tangible for a lot of students to be like, this is what I'm studying and this is what I'm not studying. So from a pedagogical point of view, I'm just curious how you guys have done that. So, or what you guys were able to do. Cool. Good. All right. You guys think you're about ready?
I think. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, that sounds great, Charlie. Yeah.
Okay. Thank goodness.
Cool. All right, guys. Well, you guys are in great hands. I'll be back here in a couple hours, and we can definitely dive into anything and more. And I definitely got a very long plan if you guys want it, but it's your time, whoever's here. And in the meantime, Harrison and Charlie, take it away and enjoy, have fun.
Okay, so Harrison, you want to start off?
Yeah, so I just want to reference one thing. If you guys can actually see my video, like right here, there should be a big green button that says APMT Cram Hub, all resources here. So if you click on that, it'll take you to this like really nicely organized. Wow, I would like to thank whoever made this. Thank you, Harrison, for making this look so nice. And it has a link to the replay for the finale if you guys want to watch it tomorrow before your exam, even though it's like at 12 p.m. Eastern, so that might be hard. It has a link to our presentation and some other resources that we're going to use in the stream, as well as the Fiveable AP Music Theory Cram chart. We haven't published it on Twitter yet, but it is published for us. So if you guys click on that, you can get the Cram chart. It'll be one page and kind of look like this, and it has it's kind of organized by topics and skills for your FRQs, but it has some pretty good info if you want to look at it for the exam and you just like forget what does a 4-2 inversion symbol mean in my figure bass. And we'll definitely be covering that today, but you know, last minute things.
Okay, so before we actually get into the real music theory stuff, Fiveable has a TikTok, and we have some pretty decent TikToks on there. So I think that you should go there right now, follow us there, and then also on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube.
So today, Charlie and I are going to take you through some lessons, which is just going to be like many things that we're going to cover the topics that are in your course, and we're going to have some guided practice where basically like we do it, but you guys are helping us with certain sections of it. We're going to probably spend most of our time on figured bass today because in the poll that seemed like it was the hardest topic for you guys, it was pretty close actually, which kind of surprised me. But it's a lot harder to teach sight singing when we can't see you and get immediate feedback. So we're going to spend a little bit less time on that, but don't worry, Mickey will have practice for you guys. Hopefully, Ton and Amanda will come visit us for a pep talk and brain break between when Charlie and I are going to switch off with Mickey, and then she's going to do some practice FRQs with you. She has a nice little submission link on Dropbox where you can drop all your files, practice, take a picture, do it like it's the real exam, and, you know, we'll have some fun doing it. So usually Charlie and I are going to switch off with slides, but I do want to cover this next one. So this is basically what the College Board says is going to be on your exam this year. Units 1 through 6 of the AP Music Theory College Board course and exam description. This is a lot of content, and it looks like when you guys voted, you said that Unit 5 was the hardest, followed by like 6, then 3, then 2, then 4, then 1. So let's just talk to you about what we're covering today. So what's really going to be on the exam and what are we covering today? So we're just going to breeze through Unit 1. It's going to be like a lightning bolt. We're going to include it in the content because that's just this basic music stuff that you're going to build on for the rest of the AP Music Theory course. In Unit 2, we are going to start in by reviewing the minor scale keys, relative keys, and key relationships because you will need those for figured bass, like just to analyze what key you're in. But then, just like with Unit 1, we'll go lightning fast through the other stuff to make sure that you can incorporate it in your figured bass and sight singing, but it's not skills that we'll actually need to review you and teach you on. With Unit 3, we're basically just going to be covering everything, all 5 topics there. Unit 4, again, everything, all 5 topics there. Unit 5, since you guys thought it was really hard, we will definitely be hitting on everything in there. And there's one topic that I think that Charlie and I both hate on 5.4 right there. And then we'll also definitely be covering a few topics in Unit 6, mainly about embellishing tones, leading tones, and identifying and writing suspensions. So, Charlie, let's get started with our first lesson.
Okay, so I'm sorry, my audio's lagging a little bit, so if I sound a little weird, it's because I'm hearing everything like a second later than you guys are hearing it. So the first thing we're going to do is a basic chord spelling review. It's stuff that you should probably already know, but it's just a nice refresher. So when we're spelling major triads, in this very beginning, we're talking solely about major triads. We use the 1, the 3, and the 5 in the major scale. So you might have learned that as your tonic, as your median, and your dominant. But when I took AP Music Theory, my teacher was really big on solfege. So it's do, mi, sol in your major scale. So you can also do this almost exact thing when you want to spell triads in minor keys, except for you're going to use your do, your may, and your sol. And the reason why we're using our may instead of our mi is because it's a flattened third. So when you flatten something, you're going to change that I to an E. So for example, this is an example that Harrison put here. When we have a C major triad, we're going to use our 1, our 3, and our 5 in that scale. So we're going to have our C, E, G chord. Is there something else after that?
There is, but I just wanted to add on one more thing. So another good thing is that Charlie is, like she said, her teacher was really big on solfege, so is she. But, you know, I'm more of a jazz pianist, so I'm really big on scale degrees and numbers and things like that. So no matter what your teacher does, you're going to have both of us here who focus on it different ways. And there is a little bit more of this slide, but I definitely wanted to make sure to mention that first. So it's loading in.
Yeah. So I'll just go into it, even though I see that's kind of stuck. So we're going to also be doing 7th chords. And most of the 7th chords that we see in AP music theory are going to be dominant 7s. So they're going to be 5-7 with a flattened 7th degree. We don't really see very many other 7ths in this class, but 5-7 is definitely the big one that we're going to see a lot. And it's something that can be kind of complicated for a beginning music theorist. So I'm gonna try and do this in depth as much as I can. So you have your typical major triad. You have your 1, 3, 5, your do, mi, sol, but you're gonna add your 7th in the scale. You're gonna add your T. So in this example, we're using T, but sometimes you will also have a flattened 7th, and they will indicate that when you take the test, it'll have a flat sign, and a lot of the times you will flat that 7th. But in this example that Harrison put here, we're using T, so we know that it's just our 7th scale degree. So for example, the root position C 7th chord would be our C, E, G, our regular triad, but then we're going to flatten our leading tone, our 7th scale degree. So we're going to have C, E, G, B flat. And that's going to want to resolve. So usually you'll see these towards the very end of something. So when you have a C, E, G, B flat, it creates this really nice opportunity for that B flat to go down to an A and that G to go down to an F. We'll go into that more when we do part writing, and we'll go into that more in depth, but that's where we see these 5-7 chords, these 7th chords a lot towards the end.
Yeah. And that's really true. And I don't know if you guys are big TikTok fans, but I think that I spend way too much time on that app. And by the way, you guys are allowed to talk in the chat, ask questions, don't worry. But if you guys have ever seen this TikTok sound before, it's the one that goes, wait, 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 now we go, do. It's the one that a lot of kids use to represent the 8-push Cram finale with Mr. Polgarin, if you guys were in that. But, you know, we're going to go a little bit slow right now for like the next few minutes, and we have been. But then we're just going to go fast through all the rest of this stuff because we're just trying to start you out slow and get you eased into this Cram session. So next topic we have is just going to be the same thing.
Do you want me to do this, or do you want to do it?
Yeah, so you can just take we can each take a topic.
Okay, so the most of the triads you're going to see on the AP Music Theory exam are going to be your major, and then your triads, the majority of them that are minor are going to be harmonic. You'll see a few natural every once and then. But when we're talking about major triads, which are the ones that we see a lot, our major triad is made out of a major third on the bottom with a minor third on top. And this can be really confusing because people think of it as a major third, but then again as a perfect fifth on top. But we can think of it as a different way. So our example here is a C major chord. So our C, D, E, and C major, that's a major third because it's not a flattened E flat. If it were flattened, it would have been a minor third. So then if we go to E major, which is our middle note there, our E, our E major starts on E, then goes to F sharp, and then goes to G sharp. So we see that in a C major chord, we have a G, not a G sharp. So we know that that's a minor third. So that's basically the theory behind creating a major chord is you're going to get that major third, and then you're going to create your minor third on top from the mediant. Okay, is it possible to have a minor third, then an augmented fifth, major third, and a diminished fifth? You can, and those are typically on the AP Music Theory exam. Things like half diminished triads and diminished triads, augmented triads that will go into more depth, but I highly doubt you will have to part write them. I think they're just so obscure and so rare that you're not going to see them. Harrison?
Yeah, I think you have like 5 figured bass inversion symbols. Like you have to go 5, 3, 4, 2. Yeah, no, that's just way too much for them to put on the exam for 15 minutes of your time. I
highly doubt it. I think you will just see major, minor, maybe the occasional diminished, because diminished is a lot more common than augmented. So good question. I honestly love the questions coming in, so keep them coming. Yeah. So next is our minor. So our minor chord doesn't really matter when it's a 1 chord, whether it's natural or harmonic or melodic occasionally. It's not going to matter when you have a triad in the 1 position because they're all going to be the same. There's no flattened 5. So our minor chord, we are going to have a minor third on the bottom. When we think of C minor, we have our C, D, and then E flat. So that's why that's a minor third. And then when we do our major on top, our E flat major with its 3 flats. So E, F, G, that's a major triad. And that creates a perfect fifth in between. So that's why a lot of people like to use the perfect fifth thing when they're trying to create chords, but this only works for major and minor chords and doesn't really help when you're trying to write augmented or diminished chords. Diminished chords, we see them when we write 7th chords. Occasionally when we write 2 chords, they'll make it diminished. But 7 is really where we see it a lot in most keys in our major chords, because 7 really likes to resolve to 1, so we see it quite a bit. So you're going to have 2 minor thirds on top of each other. And because of this, you're going to be a half step lower than you would have been on a minor. The way I like to think about it is this kind of like spectrum where we have diminish as the flattest sounding, and then we have minor, and then we have major, and then we have augmented, which is even more major than major. So they're kind of these 2 separate extremes. So I'm not going to go into that much depth about them because I highly doubt you will hear an augmented chord. They're just not that pleasant on the ear, and they're just, you can follow similar rules that you've learned from major. You learn this major third, you just stack 2 major thirds on top of one another. And I was going to play stuff on the piano today, but because of the headphone situation, that's not really going to work. But you would hear it, and it's just not pleasant to the ear. So I highly doubt that will be on this year's exam for part writing, anything augmented.
Yeah. Also, I know that we don't have melodic dictation on here, but I do like to talk about like how to listen to these chords. And one of the things that I always use for augmented chords, just because of like how weird they sound or how different they sound. If you guys have heard that one song from La La Land, the Mia and Sebastian's theme, where it ends up like da 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 da, like that last chord, I always think of that as augmented because it's like you're going happy, but then you're just like there.
You're getting a little too happy.
Yeah. It's like major third, then a minor third. It's major, it's perfect, it's happy, it's in the field, you know, frolicking. But with the augmented, you're like major third, major third. It's like it's the best day of your life. Like you're just going way too far overboard.
Yeah.
Let's see if this will work with my sound, but I can try to play an augmented chord on here on this piano app that I have. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it'll work.
Yeah. It's just not great.
Yeah, no, it's not going to work at the same time. But I played it broken for you, so hopefully you guys could hear that. All right, okay. So now that we've covered basic chord spelling, we have a few more in-depth things to cover, especially when we're getting into figured bass now. You're going to need to know your inversion symbols. This year's exam, you really don't even have to think about these. You don't have to think about how to build them. You don't have to think about adding the numbers. You don't have to think about counting on your fingers. You can literally just have a note card or a picture of this chart to help you remember what all the inversion symbols are. So actually, with all of these parts, I want to try to move them over so you guys can actually see them, because I know that our cameras and our faces are going to cover the edge of the charts on the left side. And I'm sorry that we did not plan for that. So I'm just going to move everything over to the right side that's covering the bottom so you guys can actually try to see it. So here with our inversion symbols, you can literally write these down on a note card, make a chart for this year's exam since it's open note. So what do we have? So we have a blank one that just means the root position triad, and you're going to have a tonic in the bass voice. So basically that just means you're going to have your do in the bass voice, your one, your tonic. Your first note of the chord, it's just going to be building your triad like C, E, G, if it's major. For a 6, that just means you're going to have a first inversion triad with a third in the bass voice. I'm going to explain these in C major just because that's always the easiest key to think about. So it'll just go E, G, C if you're just writing the triad. And then with the 6/4 chord, you have a second inversion triad. That means you have a fifth in the bass with a G, C, E, and then you're building it up that way. But then now we're done with triads and we have to switch to 7th chords. So with 7th chords, you have a 7 with a tonic in the bass voice. So that's just your root position. If it's dominant, it's going to be C, E, G, B flat. Then you have a 6/5, which is a first inversion 7th chord, which will have a third in the bass voice, which will be E, G, B flat, C. And then with the 4/3, you're going to have a second inversion 7th chord with the fifth in the bass voice. So that'll be G, B flat, C, E. And then for the 4/2, you'll have a third inversion 7th chord with the 7th in the bass, which is going to be a B flat, C, E, G. And in my experience from practicing with these things of the 7th chords, the AP exam for figure bass really likes the 4/2, and sometimes they leave off the 4 and just call it a 2. They really like doing that just to, trick you, make you think about what your inversion symbols actually are. But since you can do that this year, it's just easy to write that down and remember it and use it on your exam. Anything to add?
No, I think that's perfect.
Yeah. So then the next thing with inversion symbols when you're doing figured bass, they're going to try to shake it up on you. They're going to add in flats, naturals, they're going to add in sharps, slashes, plus, all of that good stuff. So there are only 3 meanings that you have to learn. And basically, the meanings are going to be if it's a sharp, then you're going to raise the pitch by a half step. That's just what we do with a sharp. If it's a plus next to a number, that means the same thing. If it has a dash over the number or like a slash through the number, that just means the exact same thing. All 3 of those mean raise the pitch by a half step, just add a sharp to the note, or whatever's relative to the key signature. But sometimes with the sharp and the plus, you're going to have no number next to it. And before I keep going on, somebody asked in the chat, so a 2 is the same as a 4/2? Yes. For the purposes of the AP Music Theory exam this year, yes. Don't worry about the differences between those. There really aren't any. So with the sharp and the plus without a number next to it, you're going to be raising the third. And usually the AP Music Theory exam does this. They don't really have a ton of sharps and pluses next to numbers, especially since they consider there's a lot of old notations and they just like to use the slashes. But when the sharps or pluses appear without a numbers, it's going to mean to raise the third. And that happens quite often on AP Music Theory exams in my, practice history. And then a flat just means the opposite. Lower the pitch by a half step. If it's next to that number, lower that pitch. Without a number, lower the third by a half step. And then a natural is the only one that's a little bit different. You're just going to make it natural in the key sig. You're going to make it the white key on the piano. I know that from our poll and from the chat, most of you guys play piano and then another instrument or just piano. Cool. But yeah, it's just like playing the white key on the piano.
Just another thing to mention, it seems like the College Board likes to use the sharp more. I feel like the sharp is a lot more understandable. People see it. They're like, oh, so an E minor chord, for example, you already know that you're going to just sharp the G and make it an E major chord. So the ones that I've seen the most are the sharp and the plus sign. But you can know all 3 of them, but I'm just saying that the sharp is you're more likely to see the sharp. And then flat, as someone that did take the music theory exam last year, they do like putting the flats. And more than all of these different accidentals, you would see the natural. And the natural you see a lot, especially when you're in a flat key, something like E flat major, B flat major, even like something like F minor, you're going to see those naturals when you're writing chords, particularly towards the end of a song.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And then there's so basically those are all of the figured bass inversion symbols that you need to know and all of the changes that they can throw in. So basically now you've got that part of your FRQ number 1A, the part writing from figured bass. You have the skills that you need to analyze all of those numbers. Now, what do you do with those numbers then? Well, you have to turn them into Roman numerals. So it just barely cuts it off here. So I am going to move the chart, but hopefully it'll let me move the chart. There we go. So the Roman numerals. So this is kind of just like a review, like you probably learned this in math or in elementary school somewhere, but let's just review what they mean, just in case. So there are 7 Roman numerals. Well, technically there are 14 that you can see on this exam because they have the uppercase and then the lowercase. So uppercase, or like, I guess they just call them uppercase Roman numerals, are going to be the ones for your major chords, and then the lowercase ones are going to be for your minor. With the 1, you're going to see a major 1 chord. With the lowercase 1, you're going to see a minor 1. With the 2, you're going to see a major 2, and with the lowercase, you're going to see a minor 2. Then you won't see a 3. So then you have a 4, same thing, 5, same thing, 6, same thing, 7, same thing. So the question that I see in the chat is, so the College Board would never throw out things like a double sharp or a double flat, right?
Say no.
And yeah, I would say no, because I've gone through like a ton of the previous years, figured bass and sight singing to practice, and I have not seen a double sharp or a double flat. I have not gone through all of them, but I've gone through like almost all of them, and I can tell you I've not seen it yet.
No, I've only seen it in multiple choice and always a double flat, so I don't think there's going to be an issue with that. So just going on with Harrison, you're going to see all of these numbers except for 3. 3 is the oddball. There is a whole unit in AP Music Theory that's dedicated, like a little lesson that's dedicated to the 3 chord, which I don't understand because you will never see it. And I remember so vividly taking the AP Music Theory exam, and I was trying to write the Roman numerals, and I was like, wait, is this a 3 chord? Just couldn't do Roman numeral analysis, but I thought it was seriously a 3 chord. So learn from me, and if you think it's a 3 chord, it's not a 3 chord. It's never going to be a 3 chord.
Yeah. And when I was looking at like the key concepts that you have to learn, like let me show you on our first slides that we went over, number 5 right here. You have the 3 chord is key concept 5.4 right here in unit 5, the one that you guys are worst with. Wonder if that's a correlation. Don't know. But with the 3 chord, they have like essential knowledge that you have to learn for everything. And with the 3 chord, it's literally like the 3 chord is not used often in AP Music Theory. The 3 chord, the mediant is not often used. You need to know what it is, but we don't use it when we notate figure bass, when we part write. And I was like, yeah, interesting. So after we've reviewed these Roman numerals and what the inversion symbols are, we have some practice for you guys to go through with us. So we're just going to start with like the most basic practice. This is not for part writing. This is just going to be about the what are the chords.
Intro to music theory.
Yeah. So let's look at these. So let's look at the first chord. And then Charlie, you can do these with me and help me look at the chat and stuff. So what is this first chord? Let's break it apart. We have the notes D, G, and B natural because we're in the key of C major. So what chord has the note, what triad has the notes G, B natural, and D? That sounds like the G major triad to me. So with the G major triad, in C, if we count on my fingers, we have C, D, E, F, and G. So that means that G is the 5 of C major. And then since the chord is a G major chord, it's going to be a uppercase 5. So we've already got our Roman numeral there. So we've got that the first chord is going to be some kind of 5. But now let's look for the inversion. So with our inversion, we have D on the bottom. And in the G major chord, we have G, B, D. and we know that D is the fifth. If we go back and look at our inversion symbol chart, we see that in a triad with a fifth in the base, that means that our inversion symbol is going to be a 6-4. So now we know that this chord right here, the first thing on this page, is going to be a 5 chord with a 6-4 inversion. So boom. So now Charlie will take you through the next few and not explain them as much as I did, but just like kind of help guide your thinking. So if you guys want to start putting like the answer to number 2 in the chat, then go for it. I put an example right there with how you can write them. Make sure you like do the uppercase and lowercase right if you're on your phone and stuff. And if the inversion symbol has 2 numbers, you can like put the dash there like I did.
Okay, so it seems like we already have some answers, but I'll still go through it. So we see that we have these 2 notes that are separated. They're both on spaces, but then we have this one oddball on a line. So we know that this isn't in root position, right? So we know that our letters are, we have an F in the base, it's not really the base, but an F at the bottom. We have an A, and then we have a D. So this sounds like a D minor chord to me. And I know it's minor because there's no F sharp. And because we're in C major, we have these minor 2s. You will very rarely see a major 2 anyway. Even if you're in a minor key, you will very rarely see a major 2. So just so you know. And it seems like everyone got the inversion correct, but because we start in F sharp is right after D, so we know it's in first inversion, so it would be a 2 chord in first inversion, 2-6.
And boom, we got that right. So now for the next few, we're not gonna, walk you through them like we just did. So if you guys want to start putting the answer to number 3 in the chat, we can check that. What does everybody say it is?
Harrison just had to put his favorite chord in it, didn't he?
I know. And it seems like you have a resounding answer that this is a minor 3 chord with no inversion. So just like we said, when there's going to be no inversion symbol, it's blank. That just means it's in root position. There's no inversion. So, just had to include that in there. So what do you guys think for number 4? So I see a few minor 1/6s and I see a few major 1/6s. So let's walk through this together. So we have the E, G, and the C. So we have a chord that seems like a C major triad. So we have C, E, G. And it's not in root position, but we know that C is the first note in C because if I count on my fingers, we have C, C. So C is going to be the 1 chord. And it doesn't look like it's minor to me, so it looks like a major 1. And then we have E on the bottom, which is the 3rd, so that means it's a first inversion, which will give us the inversion symbol of a 6. So we've got a major 1/6 chord. And it looks like everybody has corrected themselves in the chat who said minor 1/6, but I hope you guys understand that one now. In a major key, you're never going to have a minor 1 chord, unless they throw in some weird accidentals.
Yeah, you would have to put a flat 3.
Yeah, but if you have a major key and you have a 1 chord, what they could do is throw in this little flat right here. I hope you guys can see my screen. Let me turn on my pointer. They can throw in this little flat right here and then make it a minor 1/6 chord. So, if it was a minor 1/6 chord, they would have to make that E flat, or they would have to throw in that flat symbol under the clef. So what do we have so far? So we have the first 3 answers. So what's number 5, guys? Let's make it a race to see who can just do it fastest. Let's see. So we have Lily as the first, but let's see if she's right. Everybody so far has said
6.
Minor 6 chord in the no inversion root position. And let's check our key. Seems to be right. And we can see that it's all space, space, space on the clef. So that means that there's no inversion. And yeah, it's a 6 because A is the 6 of C, and it's minor because the C is not sharp in C major because then it would be called C major sharp. C sharp major. It's going to say. And then I'm sure that you guys can all give me the answer to number 6 100% correctly, so let's see it.
Oh,
I think that Aaron won this time, but okay. It looks like some people are forgetting the inversion symbols here. The only discrepancy that we have here is some different inversion symbols. So most of you guys say it's a minor 4 with a 6/4 inversion symbol, which means that it's a F chord in second inversion. So let's check to see if you guys are right. Yes, it is a major 4 chord with the 6/4 inversion. So looks like you guys got the inversion symbols down. So let's start moving on. So we don't need to do that because it seems like you guys have got it down. So now let's just move on to what do you see in each key. So Charlie, do you want to take this one?
Oh, yeah. So this is kind of just going on what we just did, but in a little bit more depth. So basically, when we were doing these major chords, because we were only previously doing major chords, you saw that because Harrison didn't put any accidentals, you saw that in C major without any accidentals, you're going to have a major 5. You're going to have a minor 2nd. You're going to have that absolutely amazing minor 3rd. So that's basically what you need to know is what each chord is. If it's a major chord, a minor chord, or a diminished chord, like the 7th chord. A really good way to do this is, if anyone has a piano, of course, just go like dun, 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 and you can hear it and just distinguish it. But I just remembered it after being in music theory for so long. You know, your major 1 because you're in a major key, your minor 2nd in C major because you're going to have DFA, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to go into that much depth because I don't think we need to go like into depth about each key, but we're going to go a bit more in depth with the minor keys. So this is where it gets really fun because your minor keys, you have 3 different types. So you have your natural minor, the minor that you will probably see the most, equally between naturally and harmonic, I would say. So with our natural minor key, if anyone could say in the chat really quick, what notes are flattened in a natural minor key? Just so we can review. What are the notes that you flatten from a major key to turn into a natural minor? Okay, so it seems like we have people coming in with all the right answers, so 3, 6, 7. Sometimes you'll hear natural minor referred to as Aeolian, but I know modes aren't being tested this year, which is really terrible because modes are the easiest thing in music theory.
It's with like 2 key concepts that you have to learn. Like it's just types of modes and then formal sections. Like
I love modes. I love modes because Locrian is absolutely terrible. And I'll go into depth more about that if we have some free time at the end. Funny story with Locrian mode. But when we're writing in natural minor, which you'll see a lot, as a piano player, I've seen natural minor. I probably play in harmonic minor more, but it's still, you see it a lot in music theory. So because you're in a minor key, your first chord is going to be minor. But what we have that's really cool here, and in natural and harmonic minor, we have this diminished 2nd. So we have these 2 minor triads on top of each other. So more minor than minor, if you want to think of it that way. And we also have a major 3rd chord that you will probably never use. And we also have our major 7th chord. And that's really what sticks out with natural minor. And when we go to harmonic minor, we see, again, these 2 really prevalent diminished chords. When you see a diminished chord in music, it's probably going to be a 2nd or a 7th, unless you magically get a melodic minor key and you get your diminished 6th, but very rarely. Because in harmonic minor, what are we flattening in harmonic minor? Someone can do it really quick, like speed rounds. Like, what do you flatten in harmonic minor? Okay, we have 3 and 6. If anyone else wants to go really, really quick. Okay, so it seems like we know it's 3 and 6. So the reason why we have it's 3 and 6 is because you have this leading tone that's just 1 half step higher. And it creates this almost like eerie effect. but I think it sounds much nicer than natural minor. I don't know, just in my opinion. But
Yeah.
no?
I kind of think so.
Yeah, I think it's much better sounding. Melodic minor is just a whole nother thing, but we're going to go to melodic minor. You will probably not have to part write in melodic minor. The only time you will probably see melodic minor is if you're doing a sight singing. Maybe when you're going up, you'll have those certain flats, but when you're going down, you will only have that flat 3. Kind of just told you what's flat and what's not, but I remember last year there was a sight singing, I believe, or 2 years ago in a melodic key. So that's definitely something you want to know. So when we have our melodic key, we have our 3, 6, 7 flattened on the way up. But then on the way back, we have a major chord going back, but only with our flat 3. So which minor are we part writing in? If you are doing a minor in part writing, your key signature is going to reflect a natural minor key. Unless they add any type of accidental and they're like sharp this and they mention it, it's going to be automatically a natural minor. If you want to explain that more, Harrison?
Usually, like, just because this year is going to be mostly figured bass, for figured bass, really, you're probably just going to see natural minor. Like, that's what the College Board likes to use for figured bass, for Roman numeral, and for, I can't think of the name, for figured bass. For both parts, they like to use natural minor. You might see a harmonic minor in your sight singing, but really, for that, you just need to know, like, the different intervals. And then Anna says, this is a silly question, but why are some of the numerals bold? Okay, so when I made the slide, when we were making the slide deck, I just bolded these because these are going to be like the most important chords that you can use. Because if you look at the major key, you see that there are 3 major chords in the major key. I cannot count today. So you're going to have a major 1, the major 4, and the major 5, and that's going to be your tonic, subdominant, and dominant. With the natural minor, you have a minor 1 and a minor 4. With the harmonic minor, you also have a minor 1 and a minor 4, which is why the AP Music Theory exam likes to use natural and then harmonic minor. They don't really like to use melodic minor because then you get a minor 1 and a minor 2, and they don't like to use 2 in the minor key. They do like to use diminished 2 when you get into natural minor, though.
Yeah, so just going off what Harrison said, in our major key, the reason why those numerals are bold is because they're the most stable. We can go into depth more about this when we talk about like part writing with cadences, but we see our half cadence, which is on a 5. We see our authentic cadence, which is a 5-1. We see a plagal cadence, which is 4-1. And then 1, 4, and 5 are our strongest chords. They can like stand and they can sound relatively strong. Whereas if we end our song, for example, on a 3 chord, it's going to sound really weak and kind of disgusting. So that's why he bolded those. Will melodic minor come up on the sight singing part? It may not. Last year, I don't think it was last year. I think it was maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago, there was a melodic minor. But I highly doubt it. I think that you will probably have a natural minor or a harmonic minor for sight singing.
Yeah, I can probably say that too. I mean, they like to throw accidentals in sight singing, so most of the piece could be a harmonic minor. I mean, most of the piece could be a natural minor, but then you have that 1 natural 7 in there. Like you've had flat 7s for the whole piece, but then you get a natural 7. So like it really just depends on what the AP exam sites do, because sometimes they do some random modulation like that in sight singing. So, moving on from keys and chord spelling, we just have oh, I'm sorry. I just stole your thunder, Charlie. You can go.
Okay, so just to review, when we're reading key signatures, this is very important for part writing and for sight singing, because if you don't know what's flat or what's sharp, you're not going to sing the right note. So just a review of key signatures. There's not a phrase, kind of phrase, not really a phrase to memorize the order of sharps, the order of flats. And so for flats, if anyone knows it, it's B, E, A, D, G, C, F. And then for sharps, it's F, C, G, D, I cannot spell backwards, A, E, B. And you use those to remember what key it is. So let's use B flat, for example. We have B flat there. So what you're going to use to figure out what key it is you're going to use your first flat for B flat. So you know that our first flat's B flat, right? F you just have to memorize. That's like the only flat key you have to memorize, probably. So you're going to have to do the second from the last. So because B flat, we only have one before, so we know it's B flat major. When we have E flat major, we have B, E, A. Our second from our last is E flat, and so on and so forth. So when we're doing sharp keys, the only one you really have to memorize is C here. C has nothing, so it has nothing. We know that our first is F sharp right here, and we just go up a half step from our last sharp. So a half step up from F sharp is G. When we have D, a half step up from C sharp is D. And this may seem really like rudimentary and kind of basic, but it's really important when you're sight singing to know what flats, if you can remember that kind of phrase, kind of not a phrase, if you can remember that. And if you can read key signatures, it will get you points if you could sing the right notes.
Alrighty, so moving on with key signatures, I think that we have some practice. So we've got this D major scale, but can you guys tell us what's missing here? What is missing? Okay, I see sharps, but what sharps?
More specific.
Always be specific. So I see we're missing an F sharp and a C sharp, and let's check ourselves just to be sure. And I see we need to add an F sharp and a C sharp to the scale.
And
now,
oh, sorry. So when we're doing a major key, can you go back to that really quickly? There's a nice little saying, like an actual saying to remember. So if we have something like a D major without any sharps or flats, to remember what is sharped in a major key and what isn't. This isn't really tested this year, but hey, if you are going to end up majoring in music, it is great to memorize. So we have something called wubba wubba hey, wubba 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 hey. And that sounds absolutely terrible. But what it is whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. So you look at the relationships between each notes. So we see between D and E, we have a whole step, but then E and F, which is just a flat and F previously, we need to have a half step before wubba wubba. You have to have a whole step, sorry. You have to have a whole step, and E and F is a half step because there's no black key in between there, so that's why we sharp that. Just if anyone wanted to know.
yeah. So now let's practice with our next one. Tell us what's missing. Okay. Seems like we had a typo, but it looks like everybody now agrees that we're missing an F sharp, and let's check ourselves. The computer agrees. We're missing an F sharp right here. Anything you want to add about that, Charlie?
No?
I don't either. So basically with these, it's just memorization. And usually when I'm doing natural minors, I just think of the E major key, and then I just flat the 3, flat the 6, flat the 7, and then I just flat the 3 and 6 for harmonic and so forth. So we even have some key and chord spelling lessons. So just to review here, when we have these that we've talked about on the last slide, we have those major, natural minor, harmonic minor, and melodic minors. But when we see them on the theory exam, we'll see them like in these, what they call the lead sheet symbols, or we'll see them as the Roman numerals. Usually we'll see Roman numerals like this because this is what your AP Music Theory exam will actually look like. You'll read this, and there will be some space for you to, the grand staff for you to write in your part. So with the Roman numeral part writing, you will definitely be seeing some of these Roman numerals. Like in the C major key, when we're talking about major keys, we have the major 1, which is just going to be the uppercase Roman numeral 1. Then you have minor 2, which is lowercase Roman numeral 2. Then for the E, you have the minor 3, the lowercase Roman numeral 3. F is going to be the uppercase major for Roman numeral. Then uppercase 5 Roman numeral for G. Then lowercase for A minor for the Roman numeral 6. And then you have your diminished B in the key of C major right here. And I just like to use C major, like I said, because it's easy to explain, it's easy to see. No flats, no sharps, no problems. So that's really all we have to add on here before we get to some more practice. So in the chat, can anybody just with their keyboard spell this chord? Not going to break it down for you because you should know how to break it, the Roman numerals down and the key. So give yourself a second to think before you put it all in the chat.
And please use accidentals.
Oh, yes. And you can use the hashtag, lowercase b. If you want to do a sharp, you can just use the hashtag. If you want to do a flat, then you can use the B. If you want to do a natural, then I don't know what the heck you can do. Okay. So we've got 2 answers. Seems like Olivia and Aaron are always the ones to answer the questions first. So if anybody can beat them. Awesome. So look, we have one answer.
Just if to clarify, when we're asking for a 7th chord, we're not asking for a 7th chord. We're asking for a 7 in the scale, not a 7 chord. So we have 4 notes.
Yeah. So when you see the 7th chord, yeah, sorry, we did not specify this, but I didn't want to give away what the Roman numeral was. Just to let you guys practice, especially since we see the lowercase Roman numeral 7 with the little circle right there. That just means 7 diminished. So it looks like most of you got it right with the G, B flat, D flat, and you spelled the chord right and got the right starting note. So all good there. But the only thing was just when you have a 7th chord, you're going to see the little superscript with like the real number 7, the Arabic numeral 7. So like when you have the inversion symbols, it'll just be the number 7. But you guys seem to got that down. So we'll just have one more try just to make sure that everybody can get it right. Make sure to read the whole question. Okay, it seems like people are still maybe putting in answers from the last question. Okay, now I think we're getting some new answers. Okay, I'll give everybody a few more seconds to keep thinking, keep writing. It's okay. I'm glad that you guys did submit an answer though, because later on, I'm gonna, spoiler alert right here, we're gonna have some things where we want you guys to do it on your own and then like take a picture or, submit your file and submit it to a portal. And we made it to where it's anonymous, so you guys won't have to like reveal who you are or whatever. So we really want you guys to participate in it. Even if you're doing it a little late, it'll help us, and then we can give you feedback live on your stuff. And this will happen probably later in the Cram stream. But it looks like almost everybody has said D, F sharp, A, C. And if we go through the process, we have G natural minor. So it's going to be the key of G with a B flat. We're also going to have a C natural, and then we're going to have a, and then we're going to have a, Harrison cannot think, we're going to have an F now, we're going to have an F sharp, and then, yeah. Okay, so Harrison's going to stop saying the wrong things on camera, and we're just going to say that you guys are right, because you have the 4 notes for the 7th chord. Like we said, that's how we'll notate a 7th chord. And then it's the 5, the major 5. So we're going to have the first 3 notes are going to be major 3rd, we're going to have a minor 3rd, then we're going to have another. So You guys got it all right for that one. You guys seem to be pretty strong with spelling chords. So now let's just cover a little small thing that we need to talk about before we talk about the final rules for part writing, and then we get into some guided practice.
Oh, you want me to do this?
Yeah, can you? Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was waiting for you to do it. So when we're doing contrary motion, it's exactly what it sounds like. 2 notes going in opposite directions. You will see contrary motion. You will oftentimes see it when you're doing part writing. Your only fear that you have to have with contrary motion is that you don't want the intervals to get too big. So because it's in G clef, let's just assume that the bottom note is an alto and then our top note is a soprano. This is a completely fine movement from an F and an A to an E and a C. But the thing is, we don't want any interval to get much larger than something like an octave. We don't want the voices to be higher than an octave apart. So that's kind of your only fear with contrary motion. So when we're doing oblique motion, you have 2 notes staying the same, or 1 note, sorry, staying the same, and then we have 1 note moving. So sometimes you can see this when you're writing a walking bass line, a bass line going up either chromatically or diatonically, and they're moving, and then you'll have a tenor sustained on 1 note. Oblique motion is kind of fine. You'll never really have any other issues unless you repeat certain chords or you somehow have perfect fifths in there somewhere, but you can't really run into that many issues with oblique motion. When we want to keep oblique motion, you want to keep usually the alto or the tenor, the notes that are staying the same. They don't really do much. I am an alto. When I sing, I'm an alto. I stay on a whole G the entire song, and I am happy. And then the soprano can do those little leaps, those little progressive moving. So oblique motion is great. Similar, you have 2 notes going in the same direction. Doesn't exactly mean that they're going by the same interval. Again, a really great way to move, but you would just want to make sure that the gaps don't get too big in between the notes, or that you don't get too high or too low for a certain voice. And then, yes, exactly, parallel motion. We really want to avoid parallel motion. Even when it's something like parallel thirds, which aren't like a no-no in 18th century voice slating, but parallel fifths and parallel octaves. And if someone were to do parallel tritones, don't use tritones in general, but parallel motion just makes everything sound the same. You have these notes moving the same exact interval. It just sounds like you're playing triads, and there's no musicality to it. So avoid it when you're part writing, because you will get points off for parallel motion.
Yeah, and when you're part writing, you want what you're writing to be boring and correct. So you don't, even though, just moving triads is boring, that's just too boring for being boring and correct. You still need to make it correct. Charlie, do you want to take Genevieve's question before we move on?
So points will be taken off for tritones. I don't really see that many tritones when you're doing part writing anyway. If there happens to be a tritone, the only thing you want to do is make sure that there's no tritone interval in between 2 notes. So what I mean by that is a tritone is your augmented fourth, right? Your augmented fourth. So let's say C major, our favorite key ever. So we have a C and our F sharp. You don't want to put those C and the F sharp next to each other. If you can put some other note in between them so that those 2 voices aren't neighboring, then you won't get points off. But I highly doubt that the College Board will put tritones, because you need to get some pretty funky chords to do a tritone.
Yeah.
Augmented chords.
And they don't use augmented chords a lot in general, so then an augmented chord that has a tritone, that'd be even harder to do. Whew. Also, before I move on to the next little thing, I wanted to add this to the chat. Make sure that you're watching the stream on this link, especially if you want to get the Olympics points. And also, Amanda, the head honcho, the CEO of Fiveable, wanted us to let all the people in the stream know that if you're watching there, that's how you can get your Olympics points. And then also, for any of the streamers on any of the streams or any of the content creators for study guides, there's a new little button under the author, and it's called buy the person, and it'll have the streamers' names or whatever, a cup of coffee. And basically, we know this is a paid session, so you definitely don't have to do this here unless you really want to thank us. But for all of our free content, if you want to, we are taking donations for Fiveable just to help keep the business running. Since 95% of our content is free, we're adding a ton more for music theory next year and over the summer. And hopefully you guys can join us sometime too at Fiveable. Just wanted to interject that before we move on, since I forgot to say that earlier. Alrighty, so you can put questions about that in the chat, but I'll start talking about some major voice leading rules. So it doesn't look like we're covering this, so that's awesome. So here are your major voice leading rules that you need to know in figure bass. So don't cross voices, and especially don't cross voices, because that's immediate points off. That's when you hit the whole triangle of doom on the rubric, where you lose the point for voice leading into the chord, out of the chord, and for the chord. So don't do it. Don't cross voices. And then be especially careful when you have the alto and tenor on ledger lines. It's already you need to be careful of what you're doing. You need to be cognizant of all of your motion, everything you're doing when you have the alto and tenor on more than one ledger line. But you definitely don't want to cross those voices. Don't do it. And we say no intervals larger than a perfect eighth, but sometimes if you're trying to voice lead something and you're trying to make it, perfect, you're trying to end in a perfect authentic cadence, which we're going to talk about later. Sometimes you do have to do a little bit larger than an eighth, and it's okay, but just don't do that during your whole piece. You can do it once in the ending, but that's it, because then the reader will start taking off points for, the interval size. And another, thing about AP Music Theory and how the readers grade the exam, because of the 18th century voice leading rules and your triads, you can drop the fifth, but never ever drop the third. So you can drop the fifth if you're trying to voice lead in, you want to have the tenor and the bass on the same note in your last chord. That's fine, and then you have to drop the fifth to do it. Whatever, just don't drop the third, because the third is what gives the chord tonality. It's what makes it major versus minor. That's what makes a chord major or minor, and that's a pretty big difference if you drop the third and it's supposed to be an E natural or an E flat. In seventh chords, you can drop the fifth, but you can't drop the third again, and you also can't drop the seventh, because the seventh chord, the seventh scale degree, the seventh
is
note
what makes it the seventh chord.
Yeah. So somebody says, this is probably a really dumb question, but my teacher told my class that there's going to be a question with the bass given, one without the bass given, and one with the bass given. Is that true? Yes. So on FRQ number 1A, you're going to be given the bass line and then the figured bass, and you're going to have to write in the Roman numerals and the other three parts. And with the question FRQ number 1B, which is going to be part writing for Roman numerals, you're just going to be given the Roman numerals, and you have to write in the 4-part harmony. The Roman numerals should tell you what you need to put in the bass for the part 1B. So I hope that helps you answer, Laura. And Olivia says, would it be okay to double the third in a first inversion chord? And we're going to be talking about doubling rules in a little bit. So I'm not going to spoil it, but maybe. And then Katie says, if you drop the fifth and a seventh chord, which note should you double? It really just depends on the inversion. But Charlie, do you have a preference?
I would say, and I'm going to answer Olivia's and Katie's together. If you are going to double something, the first note you always want to double is the tonic, or that's only if it's one chord. You want to double if it's a 6 chord, you want to double the note in the bass. You want to double the 1 of the chord. You don't want to use the third. You can use the third if you need to, because you're going to break rules. If you don't, then of course use the third. But your first option is to always double the first. It just provides more stability.
Okay, and then the last voice the numeral on this slide is that the soprano is the melody, move it, the bass is given, don't worry about that. In your both part writing FRQs, you will not have to worry about the bass. The bass will be given to you, whether you have to write it in yourself or whether it's already on the paper, the bass will be given to you. And then there is another thing that I want to talk about when I say the bass is given to you. You have to write it out. That reminds me. But, the bass is given. Don't worry about that one. What you need to worry about is, making the soprano the melody, moving as little as possible in the alto and tenor, like when we were talking about with oblique motion. You want to make the alto and tenor the one that doesn't move, and you want to make the soprano and the bass the ones that do move. But don't worry about moving the bass because it's already given. And if there's some weird voice leading thing with the bass, it's okay because the readers made it that way. Like the people who wrote the exam made it that way. So don't worry about the voice leading in the bass. Just worry about how it can affect the other things, though. But when I say that soprano is the melody and you should move it, don't move it larger than a major third. If you go from, a C to an E, like once or twice in your thing, in your, part writing, that's okay. But if you go between like a C to an E to an E to a E to a F to an A to a C, like that's not good. You want to keep it close to it. You want to try to use stepwise motion and keep everything as close as you can so there's no big leaps. Because in your sight singing, you kind of like to go in order too. You like to stay about the same. So if somebody had to sing all of the parts in your thing, would you think that you would like it if you had the soprano going to G to a D to a B to a G to a C to a whatever? Just try to make it close as possible, but still make the soprano move. That was really convoluted way of saying that, but do you want to do this one, Charlie, since you were already talking about double?
So this kind of answers Katie's question more. I would double the first, but never double the leading tone, because the leading tone, let's just use C major again, our favorite key, C, E, G, B flat. If you're going to double that B flat's not naturally in that C major triad. So you're obviously going to have to get rid of one of those notes. So let's say you magically drop the fifth. You have this weird B flat C E that, like, if you had like to add another note, like it could be so many other notes, and there's nothing in the middle to kind of like make it sound like that C, E, G, B flat that wants to resolve. So never double the leading tone because of that, because you will want to resolve the next chord and it just won't happen. It won't sound as nice. So yeah, resolve upwards, kind of going on what I just said. T do, your 7 to your 1/8. Whenever you're going to have your 7, in this case your B flat, you're going to want to resolve back to a C if we were in C major. And this, again, just provides some type of stability. And it also gives you this really great opportunity to end or just put a perfect authentic cadence, which is what we're going to talk about later. So again, answering your questions again, you want to double the primary tones first to your 1 and your 5th. I would recommend the first just for stability purposes, but you can do the 5th as well. You're going to always want to double the 5th of a 6/4 chord, and you don't want to double the 3rd in a 6 chord. And kind of what we were going on before, what we were saying before, you don't want to have parallel 5ths. It's just going to sound really clunky and kind of like triads. When we have these parallel octaves, first of all, if you have an octave of space between two neighboring voices, you want to get the notes closer. If we have a C, middle C for the alto, and then our soprano on a really high C, there's so much space in between that. And then you're going to move by octaves. You're going to get into ledger lines, and there's just a lot of blank space, and you just don't want to have parallel octaves. And then unisons, something like we're having our alto go from a C and our soprano on an E go up to a D and F. We have those 2 thirds, even though one's a major third and one's a minor third, it's still a third movement, and it's going to sound, again, not musical whatsoever. So you want to avoid that when doing soprano, alto, tenor, bass voices, especially when they're neighboring.
Yeah, and also another thing with the unisons, before we move on to the next section, which is actually what Charlie's talking about with the perfect authentic cadence, that is our next thing. But with unisons, you don't want to make it a habit. You can do it once or twice. Like there are some things you can do just a little bit in your part writing, and unisons is kind of one of them. So if you have a bass on a D and then a tenor on an F, You don't want to have them both go to an E unless you have a reason for that. You're trying not to break some other voice leading rules that are more important. Like, you want to make sure that you don't have unisons unless you have to. Like, make it something that you can put in your ending chord. The AP exam might put them in the start chord. I have definitely seen that before, but don't use them in the middle. Only beginning and end, if you have to. Alrighty, and then, just like I was saying, the only cadence that matters now. So in Unit 5, you talked about all different types of cadences, plagal, half, and imperfect authentic, but what really matters for part writing is going to be the perfect authentic cadence. It's awesome if you can just like identify the types of cadences in your part writing and like know, okay, I'm doing this right. But really, the one that you want to focus on is the perfect authentic cadence. I am betting that since they're not testing different cadences multiple choice, they will give you a perfect authentic cadence on your exam in either the Roman numeral or in the figured bass sections, and then they'll want you to make sure that you can do this like this. They'll probably lend the voice leading, areas of those, whatever FRQ they put a perfect authentic cadence on, to make sure that you can do this to demonstrate that you've learned what the cadences are, because they're not just testing what is this cadence on the exam this year. So with a perfect authentic cadence, you have to meet 3 requirements. So you have to have a major 5 to a major 1. So we've kind of got that, That's something that you can easily pick out in the Roman numeral when you first look at the question. And that's something you can pretty easily figure out, derive, all those other great terms that I'm thinking of right now in my head that you can use. So another condition is that both chords have to be in root position. So you can't have any inversion symbols. If you're on the figured bass section, the FRQ 1A, you're going to want blanks there. You're not going to want a 6. You're not going to want a 6/4. You're going to want blanks there. You're going to want to write in the Roman numerals major 5, major 1, but you don't want to have any inversion symbols above those. And then to make it a perfect authentic cadence, what you're going to want to do is write the 1 or the 8 in your soprano voice. You're going to want to write the tonic in your soprano voice, because then your soprano's ending on the last note. That's what they're going to do in your sight singing probably. They're probably going to start and end on the same note to make the key very obvious to you. And they're going to want you to do that in your part writing too. And then if one of those 3 requirements is not met, then what you have is going to be a perfect authentic cadence. And then, you're going to have an imperfect authentic cadence. And that's not really going to matter. You don't have to follow those things with an imperfect authentic cadence on your part writing. But if you do see a perfect authentic cadence, try your hardest without breaking the voice leading rules to put the 1 in the highest voice, if you meet those 2 conditions. And then while I'm talking, something that is on that Cram hub, the Notion, the big green button right there, is how you're doing your responses. So for question 1, you guys have to print out, print out this College Board staff paper, and then you can write your AP ID number and your initials on top. My recommendation, print out 2 or 3 if you're really.
You probably printed a whole book.
Yeah, I printed out 3 just in case, so I could practice on 1 with the exam as Mickey's doing it later, and then I can have 2 for my exam tomorrow. So basically, you're probably going to make mistakes in part writing, it happens, we get it. But if you have this paper, if you have multiple copies, then you can just do it again. But one thing that they have said this year is that they will take off points if you copy it down incorrectly. So you're not going to be able to just print off the part writing and then write on top of that page. You're going to have to copy everything down. And you need to copy it down exactly right, because they will be taking off points if you copy it down wrong. So make sure before you submit, you double check that too.
Yeah. Also, please don't do part writing in pen.
Oh, no.
People last year to my exam did not come with any type of anything to write with. They didn't come with a pencil or a pen, but then they went to their locker and did part writing in pen. So please don't do part writing in pen. It gets really messy, because part writing, you're going to mess up at some point. So make sure you have a good eraser. Make sure you have a bunch of sharpened pencils, and don't use pen.
Yes. So Kenny asked in the chat, do you get extra time to copy the things down? No, it's going to be included in the 25 minutes. So the College Board recommendation is to spend 15 minutes to copy down and to write the figured bass, and then to spend 10 minutes copying down and writing the Roman numerals. And somebody else asked, can we use the mechanical pencil? The College Board does not care this year. You can use any writing instrument. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could use a Sharpie. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't, but like you can use whatever you want. The College Board's not going to care. They're not scanning it in, but you know, do whatever you want this year.
Write in crayon.
Sure, if that's what you find. So then just some, no. Actually, let's skip that slide for right now. We'll go over that at the end. But then, Charlie, do you want to talk about suspensions and part writing?
Yeah, so it seems like embellishments are involved in this year's exam. So again, something that a lot of people have trouble with because they might overthink it. So this is our example of a suspension. And when you suspend something, you're going to hold something. So we see that our D is held over with a tie right there, right? So that's our suspension right there. Our notes are being held together, and that's what we call the suspension. But then our suspension has to resolve somewhere. Resolve is the word. I'm sorry, I can't speak today. So when we do a suspension or a retardation that you'll see later, or those are the two that you'll use the most. So sometimes you'll see a passing tone again, but that won't be in this part of it this year. You will see a suspension for sure. So what you want to do is look at the relationship between the bass and then whatever note is doing the suspending. So we see that our bass is a C. I'm going to write this down while I'm doing it with you. And then we see that our soprano is a D. But we see that's D that they're using. Their D is I believe a D5. And then our C is a C, I don't remember how to do this, a C3. You don't have to know the numbers, but it's more than an octave apart because we see that an octave, more than 2 octaves. I am so sorry. So we have this C, we have a C, your D, your E, your F, G, A, B, C, that's your 8. We're going to ignore that this is an octave higher. You're going to just pretend it's like the D underneath the line. And then we have this D that you mentioned. So we have 9 spaces. So that's where they get that 9 from. And then it resolves to an octave apart because we're a C to a C. So you will commonly see 9 to 8. That is the most common suspension. If you're going to see suspension, it will probably be a 9 to 8. There's another really common one called a 4 to 3. Again, if it were going to be a 4 to 3 suspension, it would be a C, and then this would be an F to an E. So it'd be a perfect 4th to a major 3rd in this case. But focus on the 9 to 8 suspension. So again, if you're going to write a suspension, you are going to want, if these are quarter notes, you're going to make these 8th notes. You're going to connect the notes and then create the interval in between. So we have a 9th over here, and then we have an octave over there. So that's why it'd be a 9 to 8. When you get your part writing, it will mention what you're suspending or what's going to be the retardation in there. It's going to tell you the numbers already. So you don't have to worry about the numbers. And then you just have to make sure that there's the interval between the 2 voices and that you resolve it correctly.
Alrighty, yeah. So really, if you're going to see something, it's probably going to be a 9/8, especially since we don't like using a 3 chord. You don't see your mediant tone a lot on the exam, so it's a lot harder to write in a 4/3 suspension on these exams. But the College Board figures out ways, as they always do. But if you see something, it'll probably be a 9/8, especially if you're going from a 5 to a 1. So, but they will definitely write it in if they want you to write in a suspension, and they'll want you to write it in half of whatever you're in. So usually it's just going to be 8th notes to resolve. So now let's actually get into what you have to do on the exam. So we have about 35 minutes to talk about 2 FRQ things here. So basically, I wish there was a way that we did not cover up the first thing, but as you know, as always, you're going to see a 1 chord as your first chord. That's almost 99.9999999% of the time what happens, you have a 1 chord right here. Always going to happen. And when you're writing these on your College Board staff paper that you should have multiple copies of in case you make a mistake early in the thing, that's a very big mistake, you're going to want to write down the one chord correctly, or they might take off points, because if you write it down incorrectly and then your chord voice leads weird because you wrote it down incorrectly, you're going to be messed up for the rest of the piece, and that's not going to be a good thing. That's when you need your extra sheet of paper. So let's take you through how Charlie and I solved this before we started. So first thing that we see is the one chord. Perfect. We have all of those tones. Now we can voice lead. So the next chord is going to be a, it says it's, the toolbar's covering it, but it's a diminished 7 chord with a 6th inversion. So we know that that's the first inversion of the diminished 7th chord, which is going to be the 7 chord in the 7 in A flat is G. So we know it's going to be a diminished G chord with a first inversion. So we know the notes on that are going to be B flat in the bass, and then we're also going to have G, B flat, D. So let's see, how did I write that in? So we took College Board's one for this one, and we said that we wrote the B in the bass like we're supposed to. The bass will be given to you if it's given there. It will always be given by the Roman numerals. And then basically we used the rest of these notes to voice lead. So we went down from a G, from an A flat to a G. And then we went down here just a little bit, went down here. We had some parallel motion, but, you know, this is actually what the College Board said was the correct answer. And they used parallel motion, so don't love it, but it happened. And then we have some, you know, the moving in the bass here, which we can't control, but, you know, the people who write these questions control the moving in the bass. So let's see what our next thing is. So we have a 1-6 chord, and the 1 of A flat is just going to be an A flat chord. And with a 6, we know that that's a first inversion. So that means that our 3rd goes in the bass. So it's another first inversion. So we're going to be putting the chord as A flat, C, E flat, and then we're going to be putting the C in the bass. So basically that makes the voice leading really easy. We just go A flat, B flat, C. It's like we're going up in the chord. It's like we're going up in the scale of A flat. And then we basically kept voice leading down in the tenor, and then on the alto and the soprano, we had parallel motion again. The College Board literally recommended this in their scoring guidelines to use parallel motion to get between these 3 chords. Don't ask me why. I have no clue. I could not tell you why. I would have voice led this a little bit differently if I wrote it, but you can see what I did for the rest of the, you know, excerpt. So then the next chord. So usually the 4th chord that you see in a Roman numeral in a normal year is a secondary dominant. But thank goodness this year we don't have to write in secondary dominants. So basically if you take any Roman numeral practice off of the College Board's website, it's going to have a secondary dominant in it. I can 100% guarantee you that all of the Roman numerals that they did. So you have to go in and pick a new chord to replace that with yourself. So because it fit well with my voice leading, I picked a minor 4 chord. So this is a major key. Wait. Yes.
Minor 6.
Oh, minor 6. See, this is why that Roman numeral lesson was really important at the beginning. Because if I couldn't read that and I'm just in this low stress environment of the stream, I'm not even taking the AP exam right now. Imagine if you made that mistake on the AP exam. It's so important to just have those inversion symbols written down on a note card and maybe the Roman numerals on the back, or what the things are in the key if it's a minor or diminished or major 6. Like, knowing the Roman numerals is so important, and me messing up right there just showed you how easily it can happen without you even noticing. Because like minor 4 is major and major. I was like, wait, what? So yes, we have the minor 6 right there, which will then go to a major 4, but we're not worrying about that yet. So with the minor 6, we're going to have the 6 of A flat is going to be F. And then since there's an A flat in the key, we're going to have F, A flat, C. And because there's no inversion symbol, that means we put the root in the bass. So we're just going to keep going up in the bass, and we're going to go up to an F. And then we're going to keep the tenor the same. We're going to move the alto a little bit, but this was the easiest thing to do to voice lead. Because it didn't give us, because it was a secondary dominant previously, I chose a chord that was pretty close to the voice leading, not exactly the same, but you know, it worked out in the end. So you do move the alto a little bit, but if you do that once, it's okay on your exam. So the next thing is you're keeping the soprano the same. You know, you want to move the soprano, but you also don't want to break voice leading rules. And you do want to double the bass. Wait, I'm sorry. I doubled the 3rd here because I only have 1 F, 1 C, and 2 A's, which is fine. And then the next chord we have is a major 4. And then since the 4 of A flat is A flat, B flat, C, D. So we have a D flat chord, and it's going to be major. So we have D flat, F, A flat. And then once we have those, we know that it's no inversion, it's blank. So we have the D flat in the bass. So I think that I went down here to a D flat. Then I put the F in it's a tenor. Again, I moved it a third, but that's okay. That's okay. We can live with it as long as I don't do it more than once in the voices, and then in each voice. And then soprano again stayed the same, but alto moved up to a D flat. Then we have a 5-7, and then I guess that we can see that next is coming a 1. So let's see what I did for that. So we know that the 1 of A flat is obviously going to be A flat. There's no inversion symbols, but with the 5-7, it's going to be a 7th chord. So we're going to have, you know, a leading tone in there for A flat because it's a dominant 7. So we know that, you know, we're going to have to resolve that upwards, and hopefully that can be in our soprano, so we can resolve it upwards to the, you know, to the soprano, the 8 or the 1 of A flat. So let's see what I did. So since it was a 7th chord, I had to put the root in the bass. So I put an E flat in the bass, so I went up again. And then I put a G in the tenor, so I had a little less movement. A and D in the alto to keep it the same. And then I was able to put the 7th, the 7th is the G. So I was actually not able to put it in there because to get us up to the A flat, I could not make this a perfect authentic cadence, because in the time that I was doing this, I did this in 10 minutes to practice, and I did not see the perfect authentic cadence. So look, it's okay if you don't make it a perfect authentic cadence like I'm showing you in this example, but you do want to try your hardest to. I didn't, and I didn't break any rules. I did the voice leading correctly, but in the on the exam, it's okay if you don't. It's just better if you do. It'll make the reader, you know, trust you more. If you have a note that's kind of, it looks like an E, but it could also be a D because like you kind of wrote on the space and on the line, the reader will give you the benefit of the doubt if they can see that you wrote the perfect authentic cadence in. But here, I didn't. So, oopsies, because now the reader is going to be like, does he really understand the music theory behind this? We'll see. So then I just wrote in the rest of the voice leading. So I see a question in the chat before we move on to the practice for you guys. And Eric says, how will this College Board prevent students from cheating on the sight singing? Couldn't someone just play it on the piano? So the College Board is going to listen to your sight singing recording. And there's a pretty obvious difference between if you play something on a piano and you sing it with your voice. If I play on my, let's see, do I still have my piano open? That sounds a lot different than da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, there's a big difference there. And actually, the College Board this year is allowing students to play the sight singing on the piano before you record. So you can use any tools that you want. Like, you can use a metronome to practice. You can use a piano to practice. You can even, heck, if you have a recorder, you can use that to play if you don't have a piano that's easily accessible to you. Like, you can use anything. If you don't have a piano that's readily accessible, that like is not in a large family area, I would recommend downloading the Tiny Piano app to your iPhone or iPad, or going to musictheory.net piano. So I really recommend playing it. I can't believe that makes your whole quarantine worth it. I'm going to use that.
Please download the Tiny Piano app. I have it on my phone right now, and it is amazingly fun. And 2, it'll really help with sight singing if you don't have a piano. Like, you can just play it, and it actually labels all the notes like C, D, E, F. So if you don't know piano, then you can just play it, and you can play your sight singing. So you can use your piano to like play the sight singing. Of course, you still need to know rhythms to be able to play it. So, but you can't record yourself while you're playing the piano.
Yeah, and the thing about the piano is, I know with recordings, a lot of you guys are going to strive for perfection, because especially if you're taking the AP Music Theory course, like most of us here are kind of definitely a lot perfectionists. Like, we want all of our work to be perfect. And I think that Charlie just made a face that kind of agrees with that statement. But, but you know, you want to make sure that you give yourself enough time to do both things. I would only recommend spending 7 minutes on each thing. Like, have a timer going, only spend 4 minutes practicing, or only spend 5 minutes practicing, and make sure you can dedicate 2 whole minutes to recording. And then once that recording time is up, move on to the next one. Like, make yourself accountable for it this year. Make sure you give yourself enough time to submit, because it's an audio file. It'll be a large file. So, you know, make sure that you're not wasting time recording it 15 million times. If it's just good enough, if you make an 8 out of 9 and you just don't get the flow point, but you have all the notes right, no problem. Just use that recording. And remember, you can't re-record the second one because you have to pause the recording in the middle. And I think Mickey will be going over some more of the logistics later when she comes on and does the practice with you guys. But you have to make sure that you're following the College Board's rules because they'll find a way. And Laura says, so what I'm doing is recording piano, then putting AirPods in and then singing with the recordings. Okay, well, I don't know if that constitutes as cheating, but it's complicated this year.
There's so many loopholes this year. Like,
yeah,
it's innovation.
And innovation that excites. If you've ever seen that commercial. But instead of talking about what we'll do in the exam, which we will do later, let's practice with some Roman numerals, guys. So if you go to that modern problems require modern solutions, my gosh. So this practice, we want you guys to, I'm sorry, the chat is making me laugh. Okay. So this Roman numeral practice, let me make it to where you guys can actually see it. So I want you guys to practice this on your own. So I'm going to put a poll. Well, actually here, I'm going to have to move to my phone right here where I'm logged in as Fiveable. But here, I'm going to put a poll. So there's going to be a fourth poll here by, do you want to do this on your own? And then we're going to be doing both of these. So you'll either be doing the Roman numeral, the figured bass on your own. So you can do it on your own. So I'll put DIY, or you can do help Harrison and Charlie.
So something. Oh, do you want to keep going?
Yeah, it's in the poll. So Charlie, you can say something now if you want to.
Okay. So this was on the previous Roman numeral thing, but it was because the College Board wrote like the first few. But a really nice thing to do is have a walking bass line, where the bass line will, as I said before, will just go up like the scale. So it's like C, I'll do like C, D, E, F, G, and then I'll go back. That's called a walking bass line. It's really effective and it's really nice to have. And it works really well with most inversions. So if you can keep a walking bass line, it usually keeps this nice distance between the bass and the tenor. Even though, as you saw before, the bass and the tenor were more than an octave apart. And that's because the bass really just does what it wants. A lot of the time.
So basically, you kind of just have to make sure that you do the bass correctly. So here, it looks like a overwhelming majority. I think it was unanimous voted to do it yourself. So basically, what I want you to do is, if you have an extra sheet of the staff paper, use it. If you don't, then you can just like write it out. I would recommend using the staff paper, or if you have any staff paper yourself, use that because it will make it so much easier to write. But what I'm going to do is set a 10-minute timer for you guys, just to make sure that you guys are doing this in the correct time. And so you guys can start now. But if you click on that big green button, just like I talked about a lot earlier, but there should be something called Harrison and Charlie's, the Dropbox. Let me see what exactly it's called. So if you scroll down and you find resources shared during the stream, it says Harrison and Charlie's slides, and then like the next bullet point is Harrison and Charlie's guided practice submission. If you click on that link that says Dropbox, that's where you can upload a picture of your Roman numeral responses there. And Mickey's going to be doing that with you and then grading a few of those live. But I want you guys to try to do this yourself, and then we'll see how this goes. So I'm going to start a timer for 10 minutes now so you guys can do this. I'll share the screen with the timer so you guys can actually see it while you work.
So if anyone wants the resolution rules, I just put them in the chat because someone asked. Basically, T will resolve to Do and Fa will resolve to Mi. And that's all you need to know.
Yeah. If you have any questions about how to submit the things, you can ask them in the chat. I'm not like holding you really accountable to the timer, but like it's just a, kind of a suggestion. That's when I'll start looking at the files. All right. So while you guys are doing that, so I really recommend that you guys do this. You guys don't have to all do this, but I really, really recommend you do this when Mickey's doing it because she's going to grade a lot of these live. So basically, just make sure that you're doing it right, following your voice leading rules, doing all that great jazz. But I will stop talking so you can stop hearing my voice. Charlie can talk if she wants to. but
I'm good.
I'll let you guys work. I guess that you guys don't even have the prompt anymore that I've put the timer up. I just realized that. But let me fix that. So as you're getting your sheet ready without the, instructions, here you go. There we go. I'm going to mute my camera and mic, or I'll close my camera and mute my mic so you guys have some free time, but, I will be here. Okay, you guys have about 5.5 minutes left. You're almost at the halfway point, so just letting you know about that. Also, just a reminder that the 10-minute timer is just for like a suggested time for you to stop working. And once I say that like the 10-minute timer is up, that's when I recommend that you should upload it to the file request thing. Thanks. Keep working. The first person has already submitted their work, so no rush, but I'm just telling you guys. One minute and 15-second warning. So, Laura, if you click on the big green button that says APMT Cram Hub, you should be able to scroll to the resources shared in the stream section. And that means the timer is up. So start submitting, guys. But if you scroll down to the resources shared during the stream, you can click on that Dropbox link and you should be able to submit your picture. I would recommend doing that on your phone, maybe if you can, because that's easier to take a picture. But, whatever. All right, so I'm looking through what I have in my Dropbox so far, and I'm seeing some pretty great submissions right here. So Charlie just got kicked from the stream again, so I'm going to try to invite her back up on screen again and see if this works. Are you here, Charlie?
I am here again.
Awesome.
I don't know what's happening, but
So I have 4 here so far, and they're all looking pretty great. I don't see any major errors here. I'm just reading through some of these responses, and I'm going to share one as I read it. I just picked one, and I just chose one because it has an anonymous name on it. It has Spiderwebs as your name, so you guys will know who that is, or whoever submitted it will know who that is, but, you know, you guys won't be able to know who it is unless it was you who submitted it. So let me share my Dropbox tab real quick so you guys can see the response as we look at it. And you guys can obviously submit your responses. I'll try to keep looking at them even when the cram's over, and I'll try to like message you somehow, but you know. All right, so can you see this? Let me try to put this away. There we go. Let's make it a little bigger. Okay, so let's see. So we have the one chord. It looks like it was copied down correctly. I don't see any errors there. Okay, and I just checked, and it looks like all of the Roman numerals are copied down correctly, so should not be an issue there. Yep, so no problems with copying things down incorrectly. Now it's time to actually go through and look at the stuff. I'm glad that you also saw to copy the key signature right here. I know we didn't like actually explicitly say that, but you know, it's something that you do need to do for the exam. Let me make this bigger so you guys might actually be able to see it. There, that's better. So right here, you know, they did copy down the key signature correctly, so good job with that. Okay. Oh no, something went wrong. Uh-oh, not good, not good, not good. Sorry, just on my end, not on your end. You guys are good. So here we have the 5/6 chord. So that's just going to be a 5 chord in G, which is going to be a D, and then it's going to have a first inversion since it's a 6. So let's see. So you should have the F sharp in the bass, perfect, good voice leading, and then the A, the D, and then that's an F. Yep, sorry. I was about to read that as a G. So that's one of the things that I was talking about. So it looks kind of close, but I'm going to just say that that's an F. The reader will probably give you the benefit of the doubt too. Those two chords look good. Voice leading looks good so far. Charlie, call me out if I say something wrong, do something wrong. But let's see. I see the okay. The only thing here is based on how you write your numbers, make sure that you can clearly tell when something is lowercase or uppercase, because this is supposed to be minor 6, but the V's, the 5 Roman numerals, kind of look the same. So like how you wrote the 5 there, so maybe just do that with all of your capital Roman numerals with our 5s, and then do like that with the lowercase down there. Just a note, like not actually a music theory thing, but just like something that special for this year for the graders, just because. Okay, so let's see.
Can I point out some like 2 things that are really great about this?
Yes.
Okay, so there's this walking bass line, which is really nice. It's a little high for a bass, but it's still like reasonable. I don't know if they gave you that already, that G. The College Board may have just decided to make a really weird decision, so that's not your fault. But I really like you have that G, the F sharp, the E, the D, then you go to C, like really nice walking bass line. And then at the very end, you have this sol to do, and we didn't really talk about this, but when you have a sol do at the very end, again, it just makes this really just nice, strong sounding ending. So that's another thing that I really like about this.
Yeah. And as I'm looking through this, I don't see any major errors. I see good use of motion, not a ton of parallels. I see some places where there are no motion, so that's just even better. Having like going beyond an octave here is fine because you're keeping the walking bass line and then you're resolving it, so I don't have a problem with that. And yeah, everything looks good to me. No wrong doublings. So yeah, this is a good response for that. If anybody sees anything that's wrong, you can put something in the chat. So Eric says, wouldn't the 4th chord start with a B? Yes, Eric, it should. Thank you for saying that. So the problem here is that this bass note should be a B. But I do see how it would work better with a D, especially with how this started. So yeah. Technically, most readers don't have a problem with the 5th being doubled here, Olivia, because it's just a primary tone in the one chord, just like when we built it earlier. So because they used it correctly, they are going to get 1 point wrong for chord spelling. So this response will get a total of 17 out of 18 points. That's how many points you have total for the Roman numerals. So yes. Yeah, that's true, Genevieve. The last chord should be made up of half notes. Readers aren't going to take off because it's not in the scoring guidelines, but like that's another thing. Do the readers give you the benefit of the doubt? That sort of thing. Like, just nice things to do and how music actually works. The last note should be a half note, but otherwise this response looks good besides this note. Everything else is fine. Charlie, do you see any issues?
I don't see any other issues.
Nope. Jeffrey says, sorry, but can you explain the first 5/6 chord? Do you think that there's something wrong with this here? Is there something that I can like help you understand, Jeffrey? I was wondering why it started on F sharp. Okay, so this is just an inversion symbol thing. So because of the 5 chord, so the 5 of G is going to be a D because you count G, A, B, C, D. So D is your 5, and then it's a 6 chord, which means it's a first inversion, and you spell a D triad as D, F sharp, A, and the third of D is going to be an F sharp, so that means your F sharp is going to be in the bass. Does that make sense, Jeffrey? Does that help you understand just like a little bit better?
Yeah, he said, gotcha, gotcha.
Gotcha. So, anybody have any other questions about this response? This is perfectly fine besides that one, that the chord spelling error there. But you did do the voice leading right, so you're only going to get 1 point taken off for that. So, no problems there. Awesome. So this would be a 17 out of 18 response, which is like going to be one of their good responses. Okay. I think that should be okay, Erin. Do you have any things to get at? Charlie?
No, I'm going to answer Anna's question in the chat right now.
Okay, yeah. Let me look at some other responses. Ooh, we got a lot of responses. Good job, guys, for being interactive. This is really going to make Mickey happy later when she does like the whole practice test thing with you guys. So let's pick Cheerios Hall. Another anonymous response. Just so I don't show the names on the screen as I'm grading them because it's a nicer thing to do. So, perfect. I like right here. You wrote G and then you also put major there. You did not have to do that. Technically, when you're copying it over, you should put the F sharp in the bass right here when you're doing the key signature. It's not a big deal, but it's just something to do. And this G major is good. So I guess having that extra major symbol can make up for not having the F sharp in the bass. Do you want to go through and grade this one and talk through this one, Charlie?
Yeah, so I don't have to grade the first chord that was given, right?
Yep.
So our 5 chord in G major would be a D, F sharp, A. So we have to have our F sharp in the bass, and it seems like you did that. Doubled the third of the chord. Okay. And then we have our 6th chord. That's going to be a minor chord, your G chord. Your 6 in that key is going to be an E, so you should have an E, a G, and then a B. So help me out, Harrison, because I'm looking at like, are the notes right? And I'm not really checking for voice leading right now. I'm just checking for notes.
Okay, yeah, I can check for voice leading.
Okay, so the notes are fine. Is anything wrong there with like how it's going?
No, I see some parallel motion, but that's fine because it's not parallel fifths.
Okay. And then our 6, it's going to be with a B in the bass, which you have. A B, E, D, G, B. Okay, that looks fine. Is there anything that's like wrong there? I don't see anything that like stands out to me right now.
I don't see anything. This looks like an 18 out of 18 response. Does anybody have anything to say in the chat? Also, Laura asks, my music theory teacher told our class that we'll get docked points for writing triad names on the actual paper. Is that true? No. I mean, I don't know why any music theory teacher would say that, because writing triad names can only help you write in the right, no. I don't know of any reader that would dock you for that. The only thing that I hear is that no, that's fine. Never mind. Sorry. Nelson, you noticed.
I wrote triad names for all the tests. I would write out the whole scale, and then I'd write the triad names. So honestly, it helps you answer it. So I don't understand why. It's like if you were taking AP Chem and you weren't allowed to show the math. Okay.
Well, so that one looks like an 18 out of 18 response, and I'm sure that all of you guys here are super smart, so I'm not going to see any low-scoring responses. So good job to everybody that submitted. Thank you. I will try to look through these, and if I see any like blaring errors in your responses, then I'll put something in the chat later. But I think that I'm just gonna we're gonna try to move on and do some sight singing stuff now.
Yay. Okay, my favorite.
And yes, this is kind of not my favorite per se.
I don't like part writing. So sight singing though is great.
See, I love part writing because it's like a little puzzle. You have to put the pieces together, and it's like you think about what you're doing. It's like a critical thinking exercise. So it's time for some part writing with part writing. It's time for some sight singing with Charlie.
This is where my relative pitch comes in. Not my perfect pitch, my very relative pitch.
Alrighty, so this slide is just going to be steps to sight singing.
Okay.
Exam. I can just take this slide, and Charlie can actually help out with the actual sight singing. But steps to sight singing. So the first thing you want to do, you're going to want to read the whole piece. You're going to want to look for rhythm and accidental. So when I say rhythm, you're going to have one of your responses at least that's going to be in a compound meter. So you're going to want to look at the 6/8 and see if you're going to want to duple or triple, and that just means you want to think of it in 1 and 2 and, or do you want to think of it as 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and it's just how do you want to what? Did you say something, Charlie?
No.
Okay, sorry. I thought you said something. And that's what I mean by look for rhythm, and look for any tricky rhythms or tricky accidentals as you're reading through the piece the first time. And then because you can for 2020, play the piece on a piano or your piano app, whatever you have. Also, if you can, use a metronome when you're playing it, because when you use your metronome, you're automatically thinking in the subdivisions, and that's going to really help you when you sing it to make sure that you get the rhythm locked in when you actually sing it for the real thing. And make sure to annotate what you need. What Charlie and I both agree on is that you should sing this year in a neutral syllable, because you have the chance, and we're all such perfectionists, to record it as many times as you want to get it as perfect as you want it to be. You guys will try to record it as many times as you can. But what I'm saying is use ta or use la or whatever neutral syllable you want to use to sing it, because you're probably going to mess up if saying the 12th edge or saying the scale degrees. If you really want to sing them, write down exactly what you're going to sing. Like, write down exactly what you're going to sing so you don't mess up. Because if you're singing and you sing all the right pitches and rhythms, but on the last note, instead of saying do, you say like low for some unknown reason, you're probably going to want to redo it because you messed up somewhere. Because you're a perfectionist, and I get that. No problem. But that's why we're saying use a neutral syllable, so you don't want to give yourself the temptation to re-record and try to make it perfect. And then so after you've done all this stuff to read, annotate, do all that stuff, try it one time before you record. Just make sure that you can sing it, no piano. You can use a metronome if you want to on this one. I don't recommend it, but you can. And then, try it one time, practice it before you record full thing. Don't stop. If you mess up, keep going. Just do it one time. And then the next part, you're going to hit record, and then you're going to do what you do. You need to state your APID when you hit record, and then you're going to do your singing. There are going to be a little bit more specific instructions on your exam itself, but those are kind of like the basic instructions. And then when you record it, there is no metronome or piano log. That is considered cheating technically this year, I guess. Eric says, now that I think about Laura, I'd be careful about using the AirPods because who knows, College Board can actually find out. Yes, actually, College Board has access to the camera and microphone on whatever device you're using to take the AP exam, so they could actually know if you do that AirPod trick, Laura. So maybe don't. I don't know. Just my recommendation. And then after you record your first one and you like the recording, you're going to want to hit pause. Don't hit stop, hit pause on your recorder. Figure out how to do that. And then with that, you're going to want to make sure to, pause, and then repeat this whole thing. Repeat the whole process for FRQ 2B. And then after you're done with that one, hit stop. And then you're going to export it as one of the accepted file formats, which is going to be OGG, WAV, .mp3, and .4a. And those are kind of your steps to sight sing. And then my sight singing tips, use your phone to record because you're going to have to be taking a picture anyway. So phone is the best recording tool. Use a piano after you play it. We recommend Tiny Piano on the App Store if you have an iPhone, or if you're doing it on like a Surface like I have, you can use online piano or onlinepianist.com on laptops. And then use a neutral syllable like we said, because you're going to be more prone to mess up if you have to say scale degrees. Olivia has a big question, and I'm going to go look at that. And then if you plan to use scale degrees or solfege, write down exactly what you're saying, annotate, annotate, annotate. And just like I said, we're all perfectionists, so give yourself a max of 2 tries. And then Charlie, do you want to talk about hearing intervals?
Yeah, do you want to answer Olivia's question first, just because it seems like a lot of people have the same question?
So that AP exam demo only accepted the files that they were asking for. For AP Music Theory, it's going to be a slightly different exam website. It's going to look about the same, but the coding is going to be a little bit different to where they will accept the M4A files and stuff. Yes. The AP exam demo was just for all exams. Like, there was no special exam demo for any classes besides like the World Languages app. Because like even if you're taking like an AP history and you just have the 1 45-minute DBQ, like it still had 2 questions on the demo for you to do. So it's kind of just a general for all classes. So hopefully on the real exam day tomorrow, I won't have any issues uploading my audio files and my pictures. I really hope I don't, because I really don't want to take the makeup. But whatever happens will happen. And if there's a big issue, then I'm sure there will be a fix for it. So Charlie can talk about hearing intervals.
Okay, so one of my favorite things, sight singing was hands down my favorite part of AP Music Theory. And one of the major parts of it is when you couldn't have a piano was being able to recognize the intervals, being able to be like, oh, there's a major second there, and I know what a major second sounds like. So I had this humongous list of songs that I would use to remember it. So when we're talking about a minor second, we have the Jaws theme. I hope everyone knows what the Jaws theme sounds like that kind of ominous, just going up by a half step kind of thing.
And also, I hate to stop you, I'm sorry, but after you talk about the interval, I can play it on like my online piano thing here, just so they can hear it too and like think about it in context.
Yeah,
so
I was gonna sing it, and I was gonna be like, yeah, no, they don't want to hear that. You can play them.
So I'll play I think that these are the notes for the Jaws theme, so it's like,
yeah,
that's what a minor second sounds like.
And then for major, you can use either Happy Birthday or Frère Jacques, like really popular like kids thing. I learned Frère Jacques in school like when I was young, so that's kind of how I remembered it. You can use both of them. You can play Happy Birthday if you want.
Let's see.
C, C, D, D. So very beginning, that C, 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 D is your major second right there. So when we're going to minor thirds, the one that they always give is Green Sleeves. Now, this is a very traditional song, and I don't know how Green Sleeves goes whatsoever. So I use Mad World by Tears for Fears. So if anyone wants to listen to that, that's F to A flat. So F, F, A flat, A flat, A flat.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just playing the note.
Just that interval. Or if you're going to get a major third, when the Saints go marching in, if you'd like to go play that.
Oh, wait, no. I don't remember the rest of the notes, but I remember playing it when I was a beginner pianist.
C, E, F, G. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't remember the rest.
Green Sleeves, I don't know how it goes. It's just very traditional, so I use 80s songs instead of Green Sleeves. perfect fourth, Here Comes the Bride. I didn't put an example of a tritone because they're just so ugly, you're not going to hear them. If you'd like to play Here Comes the Bride.
I'll play Star Wars. Yeah, no, I didn't play that right because my mouse click is not exact, but but it was kind of CF.
It's C to F too for Here Comes the Bride, but and then for your fifth, you're going to use Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. If you'd like to do C to G. Some elementary school throwback. So your minor sixth is going to be The Entertainer, really popular jazz song if anyone's ever played jazz. I don't think you can play that right now. That you will need a real piano and two hands. But
that's what it sounds. Wait. That's what a minor sixth sounds
like.
That
is a minor sixth. And then your major is the NBC theme. If you just watch the news a lot, you have a C, A to a G, the NBC theme, or My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. Again, a really like traditional song that I know the chorus to, but I don't know how the rest of it goes. So I would use the NBC theme over My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. But if you'd like to play a major sixth,
I'll just play the whole NBC theme, so it just goes da, da. That's just what it sounds like.
And then when we're talking about a minor seventh, you can use, I put a Star Trek theme if anyone's ever watched Star Trek, but if not, or you really like ABBA, or like me and you've watched every movie from My Big Fat Greek Wedding, or not My Big Fat Greek Wedding, what's the movie with, where they're all, it might be My Big Fat, the movie where, Mamma Mia. There we go. If you've watched Mamma Mia and all the Mamma Mia movies, you have heard this song, The Winner Takes It All, either or. If you'd like to just play a random minor seventh. Yeah, you don't hear them very often, or you don't hear minor sevenths and major sevenths very often. But where you do hear major seventh pretty often, actually, is Take On Me by a-ha. I don't think you're going to play that either.
I just know the C, B natural C. Take on me.
Okay, and then for your perfect octave, you can just recognize it because they sound exactly the same. Or if you really like Somewhere Over the Rainbow, you can just remember it like that.
Wizard of Oz. Over the rainbow.
Okay. We're having too much fun now.
Now we're done hearing intervals and laughing at Harrison trying to sing. So let's move on to a sight singing lesson. So Charlie, how would you take this piece from start to finish?
Okay, I would look at the key signature and put the F sharps already in this. I would just get your F sharps before, because if not, you might accidentally sing an F, and that's not going to be good. So I would make sure that your key signature is before all these notes. And you're lucky because there's only one F, and you know this is going to be an E minor. And we see that D sharp before at the very end. So make sure that you're going with that raised seventh.
Yes, so I did just take the screen away, but I want to share something where I can write on it so I can write in everything that Charlie tells me. I forgot to switch my sharing window, but don't worry, I am right now. So you should be able to see my program thing where I can write on whatever Charlie wants me to say. So hopefully it'll pull up in just a second for you guys because it's sharing on my screen, but not on the projection. So let's see. Will this work or will this not?
Honestly, technology is not great for any of us today.
Nope. Now it went away. Wait, it might be there. It might not be there. I'm really not sure. It keeps going in and out on my screen. So I will try one more time, but then I'll just do the slides where I can't write on it.
We're not technology gurus. This is why we do music.
Yeah, well, I did take AP Computer Science, so I should be better at this.
I can barely open GarageBand.
Yeah, you guys can't see anything. I know. I'm working on it. I promise. Okay. Let's see. Does it work? Will it work? If it doesn't work, then I'm giving up.
Oh, there's a something. Worked. There's a something.
There you go. Okay. So now I'm going to write in the over the F's right here.
Okay, so for Eric, who asked who's the third person in the video chat whose mic is muted, that's the teacher that's going to come here after us. She's just listening to us right now to make sure we say everything correctly.
Even when we don't.
Okay, so that's a very nice F sharp.
Yes, I just like to write them over the notes so I actually see them when I, sing the notes or whatever. So I will write in the other two F sharps right here.
Okay. Are they playing you the first note this year, like they normally do, or no?
No, but they said on the exam there would be specific instructions, so I don't know if you can play the first note on your recording. I think that you can on like a piano. So like I will be playing the E for you for whatever you can, whatever works, and then you can just use that.
So we know we're singing in a minor key right now. We have a raised seventh, which is really great for me because I feel like it's so much easier to sing when you have some type of raised seventh. It just feels natural when I'm singing in a minor key. Do you want me to sing this, or do you want me to just go through measure by measure?
Do you want to sing it?
Yeah, we'll go through a measure by measure and singing it. So
in, right?
Our first measure is really easy. And you might sound like, of course she's going to say it's easy, like she knows sight singing. But it's all stepwise motion. There's no leaps here. There's nothing to worry about, really, except for maybe the eighth notes in beat 3. But if you're starting on that E, which I believe is da, 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 that's already out of my, you see, I'm very much an alto. So that's already like pushing it. But
but with the right rhythm.
Yeah. So that's that. You're playing the scale. It's not any jumping. That's really gonna scare you. I would say the biggest leap the College Board might put is a perfect fifth. I don't think anything will be bigger than a perfect fifth.
I've seen the perfect fifth like every other year on music theory FRQs, and that's the biggest that I've seen them go on sight singing.
And a perfect fifth is really, you hear perfect fifth so much that you kind of get accustomed to it. And if you're seeing this leap to a perfect fifth, just remember, twinkle, twinkle, little star, twinkle, twinkle, little star. And you could just be like, So yeah, we recommend singing in a neutral tone. When I took music theory last year, my teacher was very big on solfege. And we were only allowed to do solfege in class. But then the day we took the test, he was like, don't use solfege. You're going to mess up if you do solfege. So use ta ta ta, la la la, do do do, da da da. Solfege makes everything harder. But I will say I was able to do do re mi fa sol la ti do all the way backwards at the end of the year, and I was never able to do that before. So hats off to my AP music theory teacher. So we got that first measure down. Is our C. So again, really high, so I might sound like I'm like a chicken, but you have that C, which is the highest that we're gonna go. So you have that, and we have 2 eighth notes. The hardest thing here I'm gonna say is that dotted rhythm. You just want to make sure that you don't hold that dotted rhythm for too long, so it sounds like you're holding a half note instead of that dotted quarter to an eighth, because you want it to sound like that. I don't want to say syncopated because it's not really syncopated, but that that dotted rhythm that you usually get. So what we have so far is that's what you have so far. Sorry if it sounds absolutely terrible. Do you want to say anything?
No, just make sure that you are holding out that B natural. Like, make sure you try to count this in your head too. Like, you can go 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Make sure that you're subdividing all the way through that B, because the readers really, and the list, I guess they're listeners, they really try to make sure that you know your stuff by like, do they hold everything out? And especially, we're not even here yet, but the last note, this is already just one half of a measure by itself, and they'll always do this. And the only way that you can get this point is if you hold this out for exactly 2 metronome clicks, like no more, no less. And something you can do on this year's exam is have a metronome like in front of you, just not auditory. It would just have to be like a visual metronome. You know?
Like a light one. The one that I have is a light. So question, can you sing in a different key if it's out of your singing range? Yes, you can. I wouldn't personally do it because I don't think I can transpose that easily in my head. But if you can, go ahead for it. And then Jeffrey, you have to sing the correct octave. No, you do not. You can switch octaves. Let's say that was really out of my pitch. So you have and you can jump like that, obviously a lot smoother than I did right now. I just did this example. The only thing when you're switching octaves is that it might get too low once you get back to your do, so then you have to switch back and forth. If you're going to do that, you can start on a different note than the starting pitch. You can start on a different note. You just have to make sure that the intervals are the same, that you transpose it correctly. Again, if you want to do it, go ahead. I wouldn't do it because I cannot transpose in my head that quickly. But obviously it has to be another minor key. Don't like change this into C major to make it easy for you because it's not the same interval. Yeah, so hopefully that answers your questions. If you have more questions, keep them coming. I love answering questions. So we're getting to this G, and this is kind of where we see these leaps that we didn't see before. But it seems like we only have a third, and then we have that nice little perfect fifth that I mentioned before. We probably won't get higher than that. So our G is our. So that is basically like an arpeggio, but they rearrange the notes. So obviously that wasn't the right pitch at the very end, but it's almost like they took the notes of an inversion and changed it and put it in there. You could think of it like that. It's a triad that they broke apart and rearranged in different orders. And then our F sharp at the beat 4 of that. That's it. And then our last measure is our Tito. And that's your entire sight singing. Harrison, you want to sing it, the whole thing out loud to all of us?
Not really, but I mean, I can if you don't want to do it.
Yeah, go right ahead. I want to hear this.
Do not, oh my gosh. Do not use this as a model. And I think that Charlie's bullying me, but I'm not sure. This might be cyberbullying. I don't know. I'll have to double check after we're done here, but we'll see. So, okay, so I think I'm going to use that E where it actually is. So, I'm going to practice it for a few seconds on my own before I do this. Okay, good. So hopefully this won't go too horribly, but I will answer Eric's question before I start. Would you be able to upload a video of yourself singing instead of a recording? No, because it has to be that .wav, .ogg, .m4a, or .mp3 format for it to upload correctly. It has to be that format. Alrighty. So I will get started then. So here's the starting note. Okay. Ta 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 ta. So that was by no means a model for exactly what you should do, but I will go through and grade myself. So that was definitely too high for me, and I should have definitely transposed this, but I did not have time to do that in my head in the 30 seconds that I prepared. So I know that I got the flow point because I didn't stop in the middle of the thing. I kept going. So far I have 1 of the 9 possible points on the sight singing exercise. So the next thing that you have to do after that is each half measure is 1 point. Or if it's in 2/4, then each measure is 1 point. You will have a total of 16 beats in your whole piece, and every 2 beats is going to be a point. So basically, unless Charlie has some differing opinion, then I think that I got the half point for the points for all of measure 1. I don't think that I got the point for the first half of the measure 2 because I definitely did not get all of those notes locked in because it was higher and I did not have time to transpose when I got to that C, so that those leaps were not good. But then I think I was able to recover for the second half of measure 2. Do you agree, Charlie?
I agree.
Okay, and then I think that 3 and 4 both went fine. Do you agree?
Yes. It was actually good, though.
Okay, yeah. So I think I got like 8 of the 9 points. So it wasn't bad. I would love to do that on my real exam. But I have definitely seen this one in practice doing this one before, so I kind of already had a head start. Don't know if that counts as cheating exactly, but it's borderline.
Do you have an example in 6/8 maybe that we can do so I can show them like the rhythm that will show up if they have something on compound meter?
Oh, let me see if I have one. I just stopped sharing the in there because we're done with that example. Do we have a 6/8 example? I think we do.
So while Harrison's getting it, if there is one in compound meter, and there will be one in compound meter, this rhythm, I wrote it down on a Post-it note. It will be probably reflected the wrong way, right? And I write my notes oddly, I already know. But this rhythm will show up at least one time. And I'm not even joking you. Like I told Harrison about this and he said that it shows up like every year in a compound meter. Does it not?
It does. Like I have gone through so many FRQs to practice, especially since I'm self-studying this exams. Like I have seen almost everything that the College Board has published for AP Music Theory in that rhythm, as well as usually you'll have the what you're gonna see right
oh,
here.
Look
on
where
this.
it is in the first measure of the one that you end the third.
You're also probably going to see in 6/8 this rhythm right here. You can see my mouse over the 16th notes inside of the 8th notes because they like to test can you go from slow to fast and then recover.
Yeah, so it's not the best rhythm. It sounds a lot better when you do it than it looks, but it's a dotted 8th connected to a 16th note connected to a regular 8th. So in our 6/8, which would be 1 2 3 2 2 3, or 1 2 3 4 5 6, it would be da 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 da. Obviously slower because you can do this as slow as you want. So if it was going to be not as fast as I did it, sorry if I intimidated you if it was a little fast, but it was like da 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 da. It's not as intimidating once you get used to it, but just so you know, because you're taking this exam tomorrow, this will show up, so don't be scared. Okay, so we see that there's a key signature. So what's the first thing that we're going to do because we see a key signature? Do da da, yes. We're going to put our B flats on our B. So it doesn't seem like we have that many B flats that need to be put in here. And maybe the third measure seems like the only place we're going to get a B flat where we see that rhythm. So we start on an F, which I believe, determine if it's major or minor. I just knew from seeing this what it was. I'm sorry I didn't ask. So anyone in the chat want to say if they think it's a major or a minor F, or it's a relative minor in this case, which would be D?
So Laura does say, and so does Nicholas, that it's F major. And the easy way to tell that is just to look at your first note, the starting note, and then the last note right here. And then if they're both the same, then that's an easy indicator, which they 99.999% of the time will be. That's going to be your key. And since there's only one flat, we know this could either be D minor, some type, or it can be F major. And since both of these notes are Fs, it makes it so easy to determine that this is F major.
They might have been trying to trick you with the C sharp, because if you do D minor, they will sometimes raise the 7th to have that T do. And if they have a T, it would be a C sharp. So that might be where they're trying to trick you. It might just be there for, melodic purposes, but it could have tricked you into thinking D minor, but it is F major, as Harrison said. Just look at the first note and the last note, and you will most likely get what it is. So our starting note is an F, which is that. Okay, this is in the bass, so we'll start on F3. Okay, this is going to be this D is gonna be terrible.
Also something else about this excerpt. Usually the College Board, their range is going to be about an octave for your sight singing, but this one actually goes above an octave. Like this one has a ninth the interval for the range. So that's kind of really weird because usually they keep. So this example is actually like one of the non-ordinary ones, but that's a good one for Charlie to practice sight singing in front of the whole class, right?
Okay, so this is the one where we're going to be changing octaves quite a bit. So I'm sorry, I have not been in AP Music Theory since my freshman year. I'm sorry. So we're going to go on an F, which is da. So 1, 2, 3, 4. da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Nope. Okay.
Okay,
Never
so
mind. I would
no,
re-record that, but yes.
that wasn't bad. And yes, with our tips, you do get a retry. You can try to re-record it, but don't try it more than once. Like, just go with your best one. Keep the other one just in case. But what I would say, really good. So you definitely got the flow point. So you got that point out of 9. You did really good transferring between octaves. It could have been a little better, but you get almost all of the half points. The only one that I wouldn't give you is the second half of measure 3. So just like me, you got an 8 out of 9 on your sight singing. So not bad on your AP exam. If you missed like 1 point on everything, you could still probably get a 5 on your AP exam. So really good place to be right now. So I think that this is the scoring guidelines that the teachers see, by the way. So you can see that each half measure is going to be a point. There are 8 points, and then you also get the flow point. So there are a total of 9 points for sight singing. The only thing that I want to cover before we bring Amanda and Ton on is that FRQ 1A is going to be your figured bass. You have a total of 25 points. Here's the point breakdown. Then for FRQ 1B, you have the Roman numeral part writing. You have a total of 18 points with the breakdown. And then you have your 2 sight singing, which are both going to be 9 points. And like we've said, you get 8 points for the correct rhythm and melody in every half measure, and then 1 overall flow point if you don't stop during the thing. We can double check the chat for any last questions, but I think now it's time to bring up the head honcho, CEO, and founder of Fiveable, Amanda. So I'm going to have to stop sharing my slides to be able to invite her on screen. So the slides are available on that Cram hub that we were talking about earlier where you got the Dropbox link. So it looks like she is accepted and connecting. So welcome, Amanda.
What up, music theory? How are you guys doing?
Good. My vocal cords are like...
It sounded beautiful. I was over here just like, I got this. I don't know anything about music theory. The whole time I was like, I honestly, music theory is one of those exams that I'm not even really sure what music theory is. Like, me personally, like I just got no idea. So I am super impressed by all of you, and that was like super helpful. I mean, I have to imagine because like I mean, I don't know. I'm stoked. So I'm curious from in the chat. You know, maybe we can just give like a round of applause to both Harrison and Charlie because that was really great. Where did Harrison go?
Oh, sorry. Camera shut off for a second for some reason.
Cool. So we're transitioning to Mickey in a few minutes. Yes.
Yes.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Mickey will come up in a few minutes to just like really dig deeper into the FRQs and whatnot. And I have an exciting just like social media challenge that I'm going to reveal to you guys as music theory students. So what you have until the end of the stream, so you still have another 2.5 hours, you can post something on Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok, and we're going to pick a winner from each one. And it can be anything about your Cram experience right now. So I know a lot of you guys are, you know, watching with like a pet, or you're, you know, out here like getting food brought to you from parents or siblings, or maybe you just like haven't gotten up in 2.5 hours and that's your experience, or you can like take a little selfie with us. Whatever it is, you can post something on any of those 3 channels. Just make sure that you tag us at Think Fiveable and then use the hashtags 5HourGang and AP Music Theory or APMT. Do people use either of those? Doesn't matter. All right, use AP Music Theory so other people can see it too. We'll pick our favorite ones. We're going to pick one from Twitter, one from Instagram, and one from TikTok. Harrison and Charlie will pick their favorite ones. And each winner is going to get $100. So we're going to basically pay for your music theory exam. So you can use that. We will Venmo you tonight, $100. So as a winner, you'll know as soon as it's over, and you'll get a nice little Venmo from me. So enjoy that. I think that'll be pretty fun. There's a number of you guys here, so we'll be able to see what kinds of, I don't know, creative stuff you guys post. Maybe in your TikTok, we can like hear you singing. Yeah, maybe that'd be kind of fun. Sound good? All right. Anyways, the last thing I have to say is that I am super proud of all of you. I know that this is a really stressful time. There's a lot going on, and just preparing for an AP exam right now is a lot, and you're doing the work. You're here. You're here for 5 hours. So I promise you, you got this. And if you don't believe it, just say it out loud as many times as you can, because you really do. You do got this. So that's all I've got for the stream. I just wanted to pop in really quick and give you a little challenge and just a little baby pep talk. And then we'll have Mickey come on up. Looks like she's getting her all set. Or I'll just jump off and then you guys can. Oh, there she is. What's up, Mickey? Oh, muted.
Let's unmute myself. There we go. Hello, hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Good job, you guys. That's awesome, you guys, Harrison, Charlie, and definitely a lot of support from all the folks in the chat there. So I definitely like that activity. Very helpful questions. I've just kind of been here and there, and I just made myself some food, and so I'm back here and ready to music theory it up with y'all. So,
woo! Yeah. All right,
Absolutely.
I'll let you go. I'm
Amanda.
Super stoked for the second half. And Harrison and Charlie, thank you guys so much.
All right, guys.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
So before I go, I do want to add 2 things on what Amanda said. For the social media challenge, you can enter on all 3 platforms, TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. And then you have like 3 times the chance of winning. Also, there are like 30 something of you here. So those are some pretty good odds to win $100. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, but you have like a 10% chance to win $100 if you enter on all 3 platforms. So not bad if you ask me. Also, I finished going through all of your Dropbox responses, and Mickey, I practiced using the Dropbox file request with them, and it seems like a lot of them got it uploaded really easily. So it'll definitely work for you.
Yeah,
and
the people have been coming in and into one of the Dropboxes from mine. So yeah.
Oh, but all of you guys did awesome on the Roman numeral. You all got 18 or 19. I mean, you all got 17 or 18 out of the full 18 points. So, you guys are doing great there. Just keep practicing. You'll do awesome on the exam tomorrow. Like Amanda said, you guys really know your stuff, and I expect all of you to do awesome on the exam tomorrow. And I kind of expect a 100% 5 rate from all of the people in the stream. There are not a ton of you. You guys are doing awesome with the sight singing, with the the figured bass with us, and the Roman numerals. You guys will do great. You don't have to worry. You're asking awesome specific questions in the chat. You'll do it. You'll get a 5, and it'll be awesome. And then we can say that Fiveable AP music theory students have a 100% 5 rate. So So to sign off, I'll go, eat some dinner because it's getting kind of late a little bit. So hopefully Charlie will too, and we'll be in the chat with you guys helping answer questions too. But Mickey, you can take it away with your slides. Bye, guys.
Sounds good. Bye, guys. Thanks, everyone. All right. So here I am at. I actually want to hear from you guys. And I know that you guys did a poll at the beginning. But I want to know where you guys feel now. And I know there already was a poll. I'm going to do another poll again. And I just want to know, do you feel good about, for example, do you feel, I would say, let's use the words, do you feel more secure about, so the question 1, which is the written part. So I'll say about the FRQ or the sight singing. And I can't type and think at the same time, so apologize here. Sight singing. Okay, so we're gonna do or sight singing. Okay. So where do you feel the best? Where do you feel the best right now? Okay. If you guys could do that poll, it'll just give me an idea of where you're at. Okay. So you feel, poll's going up and down. I'll wait here a little bit. Okay. It's about half and half. Dang, half and half. Okay. It's kind of going back and forth. All right. Cool. So today I've got a big plan for us. I will take you through a test. It's not very long this year. It's not very long. So we actually have the time that we can go not only just do the test, we're not going to do it just one chunk. I'm not going to like sit and make you guys sit even longer and concentrate that hard because you can do that tomorrow. You'll have time for that. You'll be great at it. But what we're going to do throughout the course of the rest of the evening, we will we will make up an entire test, but we will go through it and we'll go through why and how it's graded. We'll also work on some skills. You'll see me personally go through one of the questions and I will talk through exactly what I do. So in one of the free response questions, so that you know what is going through my brain and what are the little tricks that I use in order to feel very secure in what I'm doing. Okay, so it looks like it's pretty much split down the middle for the most part, about where you guys feel. You know, everybody has their strengths. Everyone has, you know, what their, you know, maybe just their weaknesses in music. That's normal. That's every subject. But hopefully by the end of this, you'll have a couple more just very concrete skills that you can go into the test tomorrow and you will know exactly what to do and you will not have any questions left of what may be sprung at you on the test. So we're going to go through a bunch. All right, so let's just do it. Cool. I need to share my screen. That might help, guys. Just a little bit. Okay. Let's do that. Here we're at. And we're going to go into this. Cool. I'm going to go back 1 second because now I can't see the chat. I'm sorry. Let's try something else. Okay. Bear with me here. Sorry about that. Okay, let's try. Okay, you see me? Okay. So sorry, guys. Technology, not always the easiest when we're all around the country. Okay, let's try this again. And again, I apologize, but we'll get some good info here in a second here. All right, let's try this again. And hi, I'm glad you guys are patient. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Okay. So we're going to. Okay, here we go. Oh, come on. Oh, scheiße. Keep hitting the wrong one. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. Here we are. Cool. So, this is Fiveable. We're fantastic. Okay, so what we're going to do today, I know that you've gone over some of the part writing and the rules, but we're going to do a little bit different this time. This time we are going to look at specific errors. So what I see in tests is that part of the test we're talking about the free response questions. That part is just going to be trial and error a lot of the time. Now, there are very clear-cut rules and guidelines that can help you avoid pitfalls, such as the things you know about, parallel, octaves and fifths, leading tones needing to go a certain direction. So there are guidelines, and yet sometimes you have to just put down something in order to see them. So what we're going to go through is the error detection, and you're going to be able to see it in yourself then. So that's going to be one of the skills that we can get today. Okay, let's go on. Let's see. We're going to do error detection, the mock or just the practice for your response question 1A. We're going to go through scoring together. So yes, I'm going to ask you to submit them to me. I'm going to look at some of those, but then we're all going to score our own together with the rubric that I'm going to post on the screen. Okay. So it gets a little tedious because you literally are going to grade your own and it's very detailed. But because of that, then you'll be able to really see this is what they're looking for. This is how they look for it on the test. And so you'll start to see your own work in a new way. And hopefully that will give you some awareness when you're in the test to say, okay, this is what's going on. Or if time is running out and you're kind of in a crunch or something like that, you know what you can just lay down there to get enough points to get you up to a certain point. So that'll help. Okay, we're going to do another mock. We're going to go into sight singing and we're going to work on intervals in particular. And you're going to have two different practice mocks for the sight singing. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's just get into this. So before we go into the error detection, what we're going to do, I just simply want you can do this on your own. Make sure you have a lot of scratch paper with me tonight because we're going to be doing a lot of work. So this is just write the baseline. Okay. Right, the Roman numeral analysis. Okay, you do not need to fill in anything. That is not the point of this exercise. The point of this exercise is, can you see this? Can you do it? And can you basically get it right and move on? Okay, so I'm going to give you just a couple minutes to go through this. Do that now, please. Okay, so 2 to 3 minutes max. Okay, so go ahead and work on that. So when you're finished, if you in the chat, can you just give me a thumbs up? I want to see where we're at for most folks. So again, when you're finished, just give me a thumbs up in the chat. You can, please. Okay, thanks, Lily. Thanks, Genevieve. Cool. A couple more folks. Good. A couple Lilies on here. Hey. Good, thank you. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna start going again here. If you're still working on it, no worries. I'm gonna go a little bit slowly, but I'm gonna work through each chord. Okay, so we already are given the key, and that's how it's going to be on the test. You're given the key, you're given the figured bass, which makes it a lot lighter for us. We don't have to do as much brain work and trying to figure out keys and trying to figure out inversions and stuff. So luckily we have that, and that's great. So we are going to utilize that to the max. Now, the bass line, there's only going to be one bass line. There's no options in the bass line. When you have a Roman numeral, whether you go from the Roman numeral analysis and create a bass line, or you have the bass line and get the Roman numeral analysis, it's one-to-one. There's only one option either way. So, okay, let's give you the first one. And if you had a 4 chord, then you are correct. Okay. Then we are going next to a 5 chord, and you can pretty much just know that if you're in a minor key and there is a lovely little sharp going on underneath, you're probably going to have a 5 chord. I don't think they're putting the secondary dominance on the test, so it's pretty much just going to be a 5 chord. Definitely just do the due diligence of checking your work, but you know it's going to be that. So that's fine. Okay, keep on going. We have a 1/6. Now, if you are kind of thrown off at all by the fact that there are some eighth notes that if you're asking, okay, do I have to analyze that? Is that a suspension? Are there suspensions on the test? What's going on? The answer is that is just simply a passing tone. Okay. So if you try to make it, so sometimes I don't think they're going to be putting on passing tones. Now, this example, this is not from the College Board for this year, but passing tones in a normal year are definitely on there. Now there are, yeah, there won't be an anacrusis on the test, right? I didn't read anything Eric is asking, will there be an anacrusis on the test? I didn't read anything that there wouldn't be, but because there's not space found. I mean, I don't know. I honestly do not know the answer to that. I didn't read anything that there wouldn't be, but maybe that's true. Either way, it's probably not too big of a deal if you do run into one, but it shouldn't have to throw you off. It's just basically another chord. You analyze it, and that's just how it is. It's not a big deal. Okay, so again, passing tone. Now there could be suspensions possibly on the test. Suspensions are gonna look more of the time, like the most of the time they're gonna look like they're going downward. And in this case, because you're connecting two notes, there's only one option here. It is a passing tone. Now, if it were a 5 chord and it happened to be the 7th, then that would technically put that into a 5/7 on the 8th note of that beat. So that's something that I kind of doubt they're going to put that on the test, that in that example that I just gave you. But it's just good to be aware that that it is an option, and in real music, in a lot of Bach's music and stuff, and the music of the Common Practice period or the 18th century writing practice that we are doing, that having a 7th as an 8th note in a chordal type of music is very common. So it is normal there. Is my internet bad? Oh no. I'm so sorry. Okay, so we're going on. Okay, we've got a 1 chord. It's obvious it's on a B. We've got then the, yeah, we've got that. What did I write there? I think that was supposed to be a lowercase. I'm sorry, that's my fault. And then we've got here the 1/6/4, cadential 6/4, 5, and 1. Okay. How did that go? Everyone pretty straightforward with, I mean, this is going to be the first part of both of the part A and B of the first questions, or question 1 that is in part A and part B. So this should be hopefully under your belt fairly confidently at this point. Okay, let's do one more. Okay, same thing, and just again, check your key, where you're going. This one has text, don't have to worry about it. Again, you're just looking basically at the bass line. Because you have the inversions already written in there, the figured bass in there, then the bass line is really the only thing you really need to look at. So go ahead. Go ahead and do that. Eric's supporting the crew here. All right, let's get going here. We're not going to do the drop box thing. Okay, so the first chord, I think, let's see what, okay, this is not correct. This is not the first chord. It is actually a 4 chord. Now it is a 4 chord. Why? So this, we're talking about the pickup, the nexus. Okay, the pickup. If you look at okay, so the reason why you would think, oh, it's actually a 6 chord, because, oh, well, the first notes, that makes up an A minor chord. Well, but if you take account to the second 8th note, that changes a lot of things. All of a sudden you have a FAC, and then you have a very clear 4 chord in the key of C major. So that would actually be a 4 to the 1/6 to the major 4, that's your actual FAC, to another 1/6 going over to 1, then the 2, 5, 6, 5, 8, 7. Now, I mean, this is one of those, you're not going to have to write 8, 7. And again, they're probably not going to put a passing 7th chord in an 8th note, especially right before the 1. But this is straight out of box music, so it is very much commonly done. But as far as what you're going to see on the test tomorrow, again, probably not going to have a passing 7th chord. Okay. All right. So if we're just talking about baseline analysis alone, please take this poll. I want to see where you're at. Roman numeral analysis. How do you feel about it? Okay. Okay. Okay, so it looks like most people feel pretty good. Some are super confident. There's a couple that are completely lost. Now this is going to be part of the test. Now, not this solely, of course. There's going to be more to the actual question, but this is going to be the first part of the first question, is first doing the Roman numeral analysis. Now, especially for those that feel like things are not really happening for them, are there things that specifically are tripping you up? Is it silly mistakes? Is it trying to go too fast? Or is it that somehow just the chord tones are not coming together? Or what? Can you please chat with me? I want to know what you guys are thinking. And I'm really happy that there are people that feel really confident in this. And most people feel pretty darn good. So I'm happy about that. Okay, people are feeling even more pretty good. Okay, so again, if you don't want to speak up now in front of other people in the chat, you can definitely do that later too. We'll be around until tomorrow. So cool. So again, this is going to be the first thing you do. No matter what, before you do any part writing, you have to do this. So this is the basis of everything else you're going to do. If this doesn't happen, then it's going to just be a snowball of not happening. Okay. So the more that you can take the time for this to be very solid, and without a doubt that it is the right chord, then it's going to serve you in both the part A and part B of the free response questions greatly. Okay. Okay, so I'm just reading a little bit. We're going to skip the first part. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. If there actually isn't a pickup chord, then it's not going to be an issue. So just you'll be prepared for anything. That's fine. Cool. Let's go on. So I know you guys went over rules of part writing earlier tonight, but I would encourage you, if you don't already, to have, like, you can use as many notes as you want, right? I mean, you're sitting at home, so make a chart, and I have what's coming up in the next few slides. It's organized into what you should do, what's going to help you in part writing, and what's going to hinder you in part writing. So you can even just make have a sheet of paper, just draw a line down the middle, do this, don't do this, or other ways that you've organized it. So, all right, cool. Suspensions at all. Okay. Sarah, remind me later and we can talk about suspensions. I'd be happy to talk about suspensions. Okay. So definitely remind me at some point later. Okay. Rules of part writing, what to do and not do. Okay. So you've probably heard this. Keep the common tone. Why? Is it just something we do? Why? Well, it actually helps us avoid the things we don't want to do in part writing. So what the common tone does on a very practical level is that when you have these four voices going on at the same time, and when you keep the common tone, it is forcing the other ones to move in a different interval from one another. So they're changing intervals. So, if they're here, then all of a sudden they're having to go here because this one tone is staying here. The others have to move. Okay. Now, if you just do stepwise entirely in the same direction, then what's going to happen. You're going to probably have a lot of parallel things happening and incorrect subtone and leading tones. So first thing you want to do when you're looking at writing the next chord, you kind of want to go through a checklist in your mind. You can even just do the checklist on your piece of paper that you will have sitting right next to you. Just write it down, people. Honestly, it will make your life easier and you will just have a checklist of what to do. So you have the next chord that you have to write. Keep the common tone. Is there common tone? You just have to ask yourself, is there a common tone here? If there's not, then you go on. But if there is, see if it works. Okay. Another thing to do is use contrary motion between bass and soprano. Now, this isn't 100% of the time, but again, what it does is, let's say your bass is moving upward and you use your soprano line to go downward. Okay. I guess you guys are probably reading music this way. So your bass line is going up this way and you want to go downward with the soprano line. That helps again to make sure, kind of the same idea with the common tone, that you're not going to be creating the same types of intervals from one chord to another. So you're forcing the distance between each voice to be different, which keeps a healthy, unparalleled response. Great. Okay, so what you don't want to do, okay, don't cross voices. What does that mean? Okay, well, if you have a tenor line that's creeping higher and higher and higher, and the alto line is creeping lower and lower and lower, there is that line. You have to be aware of where that is, because sometimes it's very easy to, especially around if it's in the B, D, C area of the alto and tenor line, it's very easy to forget that all of a sudden you cross the voice of a lower voice, and that's going to take off points, okay? The leading tone, don't double the leading tone, okay? What is leading tone? What is the leading tone? It is the seventh, it leads to the tonic, okay? So when you think leading tone, it leads what? It leads home. It leads to the tonic. So it's the seventh of the key, okay? Seventh of the key, that's it. So how do you check this? How do you know that you don't write it? When you're on the fly and you have all these different things that are going on that you have to check, one of the first things you can do is check your key signature and just say, what is the leading tone? And then just look for it. There's a series of checklists you can go through and say, okay, is this is this doubled in any of the chords that I wrote? Okay. And again, we can talk about this all day long, but checking your work is going to be the only way to get these questions right, really. So you're going to be like I'm sure that Harrison and Charlie already talked about this, but the practicality of having scratch paper, having multiple forms from the College Board, just have that ready to go, because it's not even a way to say, oh, you're going to make a mistake. It's just the process. It's just how it is. So it's not wrong. It's just that you have to kind of make do with these. You have to just rearrange all these notes, right? And sometimes you get to the end of a part writing example and you have to go backwards a little bit. You have to go back a couple chords because it's not resolving the way you need it to resolve. So it's just composition. It really is. Tell me one composer that wrote perfectly and never erased a single thing. Okay, so this is just how it is. So don't see it as a negative problem. Now, the only thing that you do have to just keep in mind is timing. So obviously, it's a timed test. So you just have to be aware of how much time you are taking in each of the first, each of the pre-response questions, okay? So yes, check your work. Yes, be thorough. Yes, check all of the rules, but also be aware of time, okay? Further things to do, write this on your list if they're not already on a list that you've very nicely organized. Things to do, double the bass in a 6/4 or second inversion chord. So this is sometimes a little bit confusing to the brain when we talk about this. So when we say double the bass, we're saying what is the note presently on the bass line? It will, in a 6/4 chord, that's the fifth of the chord, okay? So you'll be doubling the fifth during a 6/4 chord. Doubling the bass or doubling, now this is different than doubling the root, which we do want to do generally if there's not an inversion. You want to be doubling the root. Now there's some examples and there's ways, it's not a hard and fast rule, but it will help you go very far most of the time. So if you're not in an inversion, then most of the time safe bet is that you can double the root, okay? Another to do, now this isn't a have to, but I think this is something they talked about earlier today too. Also the perfect authentic cadence, okay, on the 5/1. So you're going to be writing a root in the soprano on the tonic chord. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. The only thing that makes it a perfect authentic cadence. Obviously, other than the fact that it has to be 5/1 in root position. But besides that, what makes it perfect? Soprano on top, okay? It clears up a lot of issues in voice problems if you can get to a perfect or a peck on the cadence, okay? So keep that in mind. My teacher said that if it is necessary, we can triple the root on the last chord. Is that right? Yes, it is. It is right. So the root can be tripled. Now, in cadences, this is a place where it's quite common, actually, again, I'm going to say real music, in the time of Bach and whatnot, that the root was tripled and that the fifth was left out, okay? It's totally fine to do that. Now, again, you have to be aware of what are you taking out. Always make sure that third is in there. Just triple check yourself. If you do take it out, which is fine, just make sure that you have the third and not taking out the fifth. Okay. Wait, sorry. Did I say that right? You are taking out the fifth, not the third. I think I mixed that up. You know what I mean? Okay. Do not write parallel fifths or octaves. That's probably been drilled into you. But they pop up so easily. So it's something we know that we have to avoid, but you're gonna have to be on hyper alert tomorrow to just be watching out for that. And a little bit down the road, we're gonna this evening we're gonna look at these different examples and see how do we actually find them. Okay. And it becomes apparent once you kind of come back. You have to pan out a little bit. This is why, again, I say, like, take your time. You're going to be writing over, erasing, that kind of stuff, but pan out, and then you'll start to see patterns, and you can see, oh, these two notes are headed in the same direction. Are they parallel fifths? Are they octaves? A lot of times they're not, but they very easily can be. So just anything that starts to be kind of parallel motion, you just need to triple check. Okay. And then, so going back to omitting the fifth of a chord, this is something you can also do in the middle of a series of chords, not just the cadence, while we see it in the cadence a lot. But yes, you can omit the fifth to avoid parallels. Okay, so it's not wrong. Let's see, another question. When can you omit the fifth again? You can omit it if you are, okay, so first off, make sure you're not doubling the third. Okay, so you can take out the fifth, but there has to be a reason why you want to take out the fifth. It's not just oh, I have this chord and I don't feel like doing the fifth. You want to be taking it out because there's no other option. And the only options you have would be parallel everything or something else that is absolutely not permissible. So the thing in part writing, there are things that you cannot do. And then there are things that are, well, if you can't do anything else, then you can do this. That's where the omitting the fifth is. So it's not wrong when it's in the middle of a cadence or in the middle of a chord progression. Okay. Can you take the seventh out? Absolutely not. Do not take the seventh. If a seventh is written in the bass line, okay, so if it's a seventh chord, you'll see 6-5, 4-3, 4-2, okay, in inversions or 7. So 7, 6-5, 4-3, 4-2. Can you take out the seventh? No, because otherwise, if you take out the seventh chord, it's no longer a seventh chord. So you have to make sure that what identifying pieces you have for what kind of chord it is. So if it's a minor chord, major chord, if it's a seventh chord, you have to have all the pieces in there that show what it is. The seventh in the chord absolutely shows that it is a seventh chord. Okay, I think you get that. Do parallel unisons exist? That's a good question. I don't think I've ever seen that. Now there's music out there that, I mean, it's not all just, these chordal, every beat is moving, that kind of thing. So you will have voices that will hang out for 2, 5, whatever measures. But they're held out. They're not parallel unisons. So that's it. I've never heard that. So I just don't even know what that would really look like. So just don't worry about it. But I mean, I think the only thing it would be like if you double, for example, in the alto and the tenor, that if you're doubling that, so the stem is going both up and down, that kind of thing, and then you repeat that, I don't think that's very good. Okay. Genevieve, if you have an octave in the soprano and alto if you have an octave in the soprano and alto in one chord, okay, and then an octave in the tenor and bass in the next chord, does that count as parallel octaves? No, it depends on where are they moving to. So if you have an octave and they're both going and they're staying in an octave in the next chord on either side, whether it's soprano, alto, or bass, tenor, then that's an issue. So you have to just look at the motion. Is the motion itself parallel? Okay, that's the issue. Eric, so if you can take out the fifth for seventh chord, you can take out the fifth for seventh chord if you absolutely need to, and double the root. Yes. So in seventh chords, you can take out the fifth, and you want to double the root. Do not double the seventh. Do not double the seventh. Do not double the seventh. Okay. Do you always have to resolve the seventh factor? Okay, so here's an interesting question. I'm guessing the seventh note. So the answer is yes, with the exception that on this test, if you have a seventh chord that is not resolved properly in the alto and tenor, they're not going to dock you at all. But if it's in the soprano and bass, then it has to be resolved. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on. Wait, did I say that? Okay, so last thing I want to say on this slide, don't write intervals greater than a fifth. So that means when you're in the soprano, any of the parts, let's say you're in the soprano line and you want to write let's say you have a D in the top-ish side of the stuff, and then you want to write an E down below, that's going to be not good part writing. Okay, so that will be improper. Okay. Some more questions. No parallel fifths octaves that go through. So by no parallel. Okay, so Rachel and Autumn, I'm gonna go. Yes, I will go over unequal fifths, and there's gonna be. I think it'll be easier once I'm just a little bit past this, because I have actual examples of all of these things that I think a lot of you guys are asking. So that will help, so you can see. So I don't just talk about it, and then you'll see an example that will show you what is going on, and that's not good. Okay, so if I don't specifically address your question later, feel free to ask it again. Okay, cool. So now we're on to seventh chord specifically. Okay, resolve downward the seventh, and so this is just what I was talking about. That if you have a seventh chord, the seventh needs to go down. However, if it's in the alto or the tenor, then no points are taken off if you find that it's going up. Okay. So I'm sorry. Here we go. Okay. Dominant seventh resolves downward to the third of the next chord. Okay, so this is something that is just good part writing, and it will help you avoid parallel death. So if you want to think about so especially if you're doing 5-1, if you're resolving your seventh to the third of the chord, then that's going to be very helpful for the rest of the voices. Okay, is doubling the seventh ever allowed? I don't think so. Don't double in part writing. Yeah, don't double the seventh. And we talked about omitting the fifth, and we can double or triple the root. Oh, sorry, in seventh chords, not in the seventh chord. Yeah, you would double the root, not the third. Okay, let's just talk a little bit about open and closed voicing. Now, this isn't something you're going to be, again, these questions that are asked this year, they're very interesting because it forces you to use everything that you've learned over the year. So while you're not going to get a question on there that says, what is this open or is this closed? What knowing about open and closed voicings will help you do is make the best choices for your part writing. Okay. So if you haven't talked about open and closed voicing, I'm just going to do it kind of briefly here. If you need more time, you can let me know and we can talk a little bit more about it. So basically it's closed when there is less than an octave between the soprano and the tenor. Now the bass is always just it just does its own thing. So I was going to make some really terrible joke about like the bass is just always socially distanced. It does whatever it wants. You know, it's just kind of off on itself. It can do bigger leaps, and it doesn't have to be so attached to the spacing of what comes above it. Okay. Now open, open voicing is just that you can, if you can put another chord tone in between the soprano and alto, and or between the alto and tenor, then it's open. Okay, so it just means that and you can see right away pretty much, because it literally, as you can see right here, it looks open or condensed. So that's basically, now that's the concept. And now, why is this important? So here's a few tips, and I would write these down just to have them also in case this is something you guys haven't talked about before. So if a chord progression starts open, keep it open. So that was kind of a weird sentence I wrote, but basically, if you see that it's open, keep it in that type of structure. So what we don't want to do, and I was talking about this just a bit earlier, that when the soprano is jumping all over the place, that's really hard to avoid some of these pitfalls of irregular doublings and parallelism, fifths, and that kind of thing. So the more that you can keep whatever the structure starts with, keep that, okay? So try not to intermix open and closed structures. So trying to go between this to this to this to this is going to cause a lot of problems. Okay, when a soprano is below a B, use closed structure. That the reason why that's on there is just kind of out of practicality, that if the soprano is getting further down, then you're going to have to push everything else down, and it wouldn't make sense to have an open structure when a soprano is at a B, because you would be getting into bass territory, and you just wouldn't have enough space to fit all the notes. Okay, so when bass notes are separated by interval of a fifth, try to keep the same structure. It is acceptable to change the structure, provided a common tone can be maintained in one voice. So, let's see, I've got a lot of questions here. Are they testing secondary dominance? No, they're not. Are points taken off for parallelism in different voices? I think your question, Kenny, will be made a little bit clearer once we get down to some of the examples we have. Because, so again, if it's parallel, if you have two different voices and they're going in the same direction in a fifth or in an octave, that's parallelism, and you cannot do that at all. Now, parallelism in different voices. I guess I'm wondering if that's the same question that somebody else was asking a little bit earlier. So if you're still kind of confused about something, Kenny, again, ask me after I get through some of this. I preferred closed. It just kind of depends, sometimes you have to pop to open structure just for the sake of part writing and avoiding pitfalls. So you just kind of have to have everything at your disposal. There we go. Okay, Laura, when it starts below a B, so which voice to keep going to? So B, middle of staff. So when a soprano is middle of staff B. Which voice is it recommended to keep common tone? If you can, try to keep see what's possible first. And alto, the middle voices, it's really helpful to keep those. But sometimes it's not always possible. But so first you just kind of have to see what is available, because it's not going to be available to every note. So you just kind of have to see what your options are. Okay, cool. So let's move on. Okay, so this is just these are kind of little pieces about open and closed voicings that is going to help you just keep you from running into pitfalls, okay? Upper three voices must be evenly spaced. This is a part writing necessity. Yeah, so again, if you have, for example, like if you had a soprano on a top F followed by an alto on a D right below that, and then you had the tenor at, I guess, an F sharp second line down on the bass line, on the bass clef. That would be improper. Okay, that's too big. You can't have more than an octave and a half between all of these kind of things. Okay, so when bass moves by step, soprano line should move in contrary motion to keep both chords in the same structure. Yeah, so this is two different things, both keeping the open structure or whatever structure you're in. So if the bass goes down, then the soprano should go up, and it will help keep everything aligned. So again, these are tips, not just because you have to do them, but by following them, you're going to find that you're not going to run into the parallels and the weird doublings. So this is why it's not a set in stone. You have to do these. It's just these are tips that are going to help you, so you don't have to deal with weird doublings and parallel craziness. Okay. Cool. So, all right. So we're going to look at some errors in part writing. So I want you guys to start identifying them yourself. So this is just kind of like a little mini, not really a quiz, but we're just going to look at them piece by piece. Okay. Here we go. Can you find the error? Okay, so keep in mind, this is in the key of G. I just didn't have the ability to write the key signature on the side here when I was making the slide. So key of G. These are all going to be in the key of G. So what is the error? And if you want to write it in the chat, if you see it right away, then yep, very good, good. Okay, so it's like anything, you start to see them, it's hard to unsee them. Yeah. Cool. Yep. Okay, so parallel fifths. So this is now it's showing, I put on here what you are awarded or not awarded rather from the College Board for doing something like this in your part writing. So you are given 0 points. And we'll go over exactly how they're grading these things. So once we do it and you start to grade yourself, you can see how by doing one issue like that, it can lead to a bunch of other problems that can there you go, your points very quickly. Okay. Find the error. Write it in the chat when you find it. Yeah, so going downward instead of up, yep. So this is where this gets pretty crazy, because here you have the first chord, you have a C, E, I mean, you're assuming it's going to be a C chord, C, E, G, okay? You have the outside of that, you have the fifth, okay? And then you have in the next chord, you have a G, B, assuming a G, B, D, okay? So you are going from a fifth to a fifth. And that's where this gets kind of crazy, because there's a lot of these kind of examples, okay? Parallels. So this is what it's called, parallels by contrary motion. Okay, so it's parallel, but you're coming from different directions. Okay. And you get 0 points. So take a look at, I wrote which ones, because some of these you get some points and some you get 0. So these are the most important ones that I just wrote down. And then some of them sometimes you get some points. Okay, so what is this? Okay, being able to see this pretty quickly now. Yep. Okay, so this one is interesting. Look at, I think somebody was asking about unequal fifths. I can't remember who it was, or if it was the exact same thing they're asking about. Now here, you have a diminished fifth to a perfect fifth. Now, again, this is in the key of G, okay? So that's going to be an F sharp, technically. I know it's kind of hard because I didn't write it right, the key signature right next to it. So you have an F sharp to a C, which is a tritone, and then, or a diminished fifth, rather, going to a G, D, which is a perfect fifth, okay? So now look at this. You do get 1 point. You do get 1 point, and that is, you know, it's better than nothing, but, you know, it also looks like fifths, so just avoid them, okay? Just avoid, if it looks like a fifth, it's probably some kind of fifth, and it's not your best option, so don't do it. Okay, find the error. Here's another one. Yeah. Anna asked, why do you get a point? Because they're not technically parallel. So in the previous example, because it's a diminished fifth, it's not, the rules of part writing, especially around the parallel things, so the parallel perfect fifths and the parallel octaves, which are considered perfect also. There is, I mean, the background actually for this is because they were sonically, they ring more. So fifths and octaves, they have a different resonance. So when you have a diminished fifth, you don't actually have that same resonance. So having the parallel fifths was a certain kind of ring that they didn't want to have. It was not good for their writing. That was just a decision that was enforced over time. But because sonically diminished fifths didn't fit into that, it's still a fifth kind of, but it doesn't have the same resonance. So there you go. Yeah, so anyway, here we have overlapping voices. Now you do get a point, which is really interesting. Just don't do it. Yeah, so you're seeing here that the D is obviously going above where this C was, and that's not proper. Not proper. Okay. Okay, here is another one. Anybody know about this one? It is considered a type of parallel motion. Now, this one is inarguably very difficult. It's still kind of, it's hard. So this one is, they call it, now here's what's crazy too. They call it a bunch of different things. They call it direct fifths. So these are fifths. They call them hidden fifths. They call them, what do they also call it? Similar. They call them exposed. Like there's a whole bunch of different names for them. And it's a very, very specific condition. So the condition is that it can only occur between a soprano and bass. Okay, so here you have in your scene basically the soprano and the bass line, more or less. It requires that there is a skip of a third or more in the soprano line. And the two voices must move in similar but not parallel motion. And then the second interval must be a perfect fifth or an octave. Now this is I will say this is super confusing. But here's the thing. Like if this is super confusing to you, I can write down also the conditions for this, but also you're still gonna get a point even if you do them. And I don't know, honestly, like this is my advice. You can take it, you can leave it, whatever, but I don't really think it's worth it to belabor over this one particular voice leading error because they're really difficult to see. And and this is, again, the test, the AP Music Theory test this year has its ways of doing things, but the fact that this is permissible, generally speaking, in other types of music theory, not just types of music theory, but once you get to college and stuff, it's not so clear cut as this test would like you to believe about it. So you can belabor about it if you want to, and I am going to support you if you do that, but absolutely know that this one is just like, I don't want you to be scared about doing this one thing that may knock you off 1 point. If you have everything else that's pretty easy to find, figure it out. That makes sense? Okay, hopefully. But this is on there for the grading rubric. So there we go. Okay, and then I think this is our last one. And what is this? Yeah, so you've got voice crossings going on here. You've got the voice crossing, all of a sudden you're coming up. This is going to an E, and this is a C. So this is above your alto. This is, if this were the inner voices, for example, tenor and alto line, this would be a perfect line for an example anyway, that is not permissible. Okay. So it is. Now, it is interesting that they do give you 1 point for that. I don't know why. But anyway, so if you're gonna, again, like if you're concerned about that one that we were talking about, like the hidden, like they call it hidden fifths or hidden parallelism in this test, but it goes by so many names. Anyway, don't worry about that. Worry about this kind of stuff because it's easy, much easier to see and much easier to fix too. Okay, cool. All right, errors in part writing. Okay, so this one, I want you to find there's 3 intended errors. There might be more. There might be more errors than that, but there's definitely 3 intended. And it is interesting that, so you're not analyzing anything. You are just, well, you kind of are, but you're not having to work on things. You have to just find where are the issues here going on. So just keep in mind that this will be you tomorrow. You will have finished, and then you will need to look back, and you need to check your work, and what is it that you're going to look for, okay? Well, with all the examples we just did, you're starting to see the patterns for parallelism, okay? That's the biggest thing that you want to look for first, because you're going to get 0 points in and out if you have parallel unhappiness going on. Okay. Okay, I like that some folks are finding some stuff. Yeah. So this is one of those things that there's three very obvious ones, but there's also things that that you just don't want to do. You just don't want to do it. Okay, so I'm glad that people are writing in and they're seeing them. Okay, so somebody hasn't talked about one issue in notes. Now take a look at the baseline. Is the baseline 100% correct? And if it isn't, hint, hint, where is it not correct? You can say which chord, like is it the first chord, second chord, third chord, fourth chord, etc. Yeah, Lily got it. Brava, brava, Lily. Yeah. Okay, so the 4-2 chord is not, it's actually just not the right note in the bass. So it looks like it was the 5th of the 7 chord, but that was written down there, but it should have been the 7th in the bass, not the 5th in the bass. Okay. So that's good. So there's parallel octaves in chords 5 to 6. Okay, so where are we? Where's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yep. So you see there's an A, there's an A. They go up to a B and a B. You'll start to see this kind of motion, and you'll see it start when you pan out. So just keep this skill in mind of kind of panning out and seeing the form of it, really. Also between, as people already noticed, between chords 7 and 8. Okay, you have then a same thing of the B to a C and a B, C sharp, sorry, to a C sharp. Okay, and that is not good. There's also general purpose. Okay. There's some general part writing things that are not advisable. Now the issue about the bass being too low isn't like I know that a lot of places will say, okay, you want to keep it condensed to where the soprano line is, but the bass line is the most important. Like it cannot be anything else. Now that said, if you have the choice, sometimes there can be an octave shift, but if that octave shift would mean that the bass is jumping way down, and then it would also condense the entire chord into a very small, tight chord, and then open up, that's not also that helpful. So the bass, again, the bass is just going to be what it's going to be. And on this test, you have no choice. The bass is going to have, you are going to have one option for both parts of question 1A and question 1B. You have one option to get it right, 100% right for the bass line. Make sure that bass line is as correct as possible, because that is the literally basis of everything else that you're doing. Okay, so take the time to make sure your bass line is squeaky clean. Okay. Yay. Okay, let's go on. I actually want to move on because so you guys can avoid the E flat minor. There we go. Okay, and then I couldn't find an example last minute, so I'm just gonna tell you, remember that you might see Picardy thirds. That's it. And what is a Picardy third? Tell me, what is a Picardy third? Tell me, what is a Picardy third? What is a Picardy third? In the chat. In the meantime, I'll answer a question. Why are the stems connected like that? The stems were probably not correct. Do not take my stem because I wrote it on a program and I couldn't figure out the stems. So the stems were just, the stems were not correct. Okay, so do not pay attention to that. Hopefully we all know where stems need to go. Pay attention to your stemming. It's extremely important. I'm sorry I was not very good and didn't get the music writing program to fix it. But yeah, stems are extremely important. So actually, thank you very much, Kenny, for bringing that up. Okay, so what is a pick or third? It is when, so we have a couple of people that answered correctly, and I'm actually glad I asked this because yes, it is when you are in a minor key and the last chord turns to major. That's it. So all of a sudden, you know, it's been minor the whole time, and then you have a one chord that turns major. That's it. That's just what a pick or third is. Okay. And they often use suspensions to achieve it. Yes, good, cool. Would you advise writing the bass line first and then going back and filling the rest of the chords? Okay, yes, actually. So Genevieve asked a very good question. And I would absolutely, yes, advise doing the bass line first. Okay, now I was kind of overhearing earlier when I think somebody had asked about when you guys were with the students, and somebody had asked whether it was permissible to write notes or that you weren't allowed to write note names or spell out the chords. Oh, please spell out the chords. I mean, but the other thing is you don't have to do it necessarily on the exact thing you're going to be turning in. You can write it on the side. So, you know, you can take a scratch piece of paper and then write out all of the chords. So for the bass line, for example, once you find what that note is, then just write out all the notes of the chord. And I'll show you what I do later on too. Okay, so are there any other, I know we're kind of asking questions here and there, which is good. So if you need any more things about certain things, please just ask. Okay. Okay. So in one emoji, how do you feel right now? Let's create this poll. And emoji. And you're going to 1, 2, and 3, and 5. Okay. Do you have any tips of how to find mistakes in your work? Frankly, actually, just what we were doing is really, really helpful. So just what we did before, the error detection. And you can do that you're going to do that kind of on the fly. So once you write a chord, sometimes you just have to write it down there to see visually. Everyone's a little bit different as far as whether they can visually see things better or whether they kind of see it in a chordal sense in their head better. But yeah, I would say for mistakes that the sooner once you write a chord down and then you're like, okay, I got this, and I'm going to go to the next chord, just double check. Okay, just look, okay, is there any parallelism? And especially look at the general shape of the chord. Is the general shape, and the general shape will tell you if there's similar motion or if there's a lot of contrary motion. Similar motion is can be the most concerning. Now, not that you can't do it, it just means that you have to look closer because there may be something that is moving in parallel. Okay. So yeah. All right. Let's do a mock test. Let's do it. Okay. So I'm going to give you, so this is the 1A. Okay. So you get the figured bass, get out your scratch paper. Now, this is also going to be similar to the exam tomorrow, that you have to write down what you see. And as you were told earlier, and you've been told before perhaps, that if you don't write it down correctly, then, but even if you fulfill it out correctly, it's still going to be wrong. So just make sure that, and the other thing is you can maybe write it down, but some people's handwriting is a little bit, it's small manuscript, right? So just make sure if there's any question to yourself, is this a B or a C on the line, then there could be a proctor or a grader that is going to have the same question. So when in doubt, especially afterwards, when you're finished, then look back and see, are there any notes that could be on a line or could be on the subsequent space? And just erase and make it super clear, okay? Cool. Why is it recommended doubling the third? Yeah, so there are examples in which you can double the third. The thing with doubling the third is that usually leads more quickly to parallel issues. So again, some of these, it's not that you cannot absolutely, it's just that does it cause, is it basically, does it cause some other issue that is actually bad that you cannot do? So things, again, like parallels, certain doublings with the sevenths and stuff, you cannot do. So that's why they're kind of there. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. You're going to get 12 minutes for this. Okay, I'm going to time you. And here you go. You have just over 2 minutes. So if you are finished, oh, sorry, I guess I didn't see your, yes, please send this into the Dropbox, into the FRQ box in Dropbox, please. All right, cool. All right, so with all of our part writing skills, it looks like a lot of these are really good. Okay. So I'm also aware of the time, and I do want to spend enough time on sight singing that people feel very comfortable with that. So I'm not saying that I'm leaving this subject right now. Don't worry. I'll finish the question and everything. But there is another question I was going to do. I did plan to do a whole test. So there would be a 1B part of this, but I'm kind of concerned that we're not going to get to that whole thing. Now, I can kind of just shove that to the end in case we want to go back to that, or if you want to stick around or whatever. I'm happy to do that and ask some more questions about part writing. But so what I was going to say is that what I think would be helpful, maybe this would be something I should ask you guys. Helpful. Oh, you can't hear me? Can't hear me. Does everyone hear me? Okay. I'll turn up my and see if that helps at all. So question, would it be more helpful for me to go through pick one, maybe two, and look at it and kind of, I guess, error identify? Or would it be better for me to go through it and do it myself and talk you through what choices I would make? Does that make sense? Or do you guys feel good about this and do you just want to go to sight singing? Too many choices. Let's see. Let me do another poll. Okay, so your preference is to me correct one of yours. Walk you through what I would do, or move on to sight singing much sooner. Nope. Here is your poll. Please answer. I will try to appease the masses here. Okay, and the only caveat about walking you through what I would do is that I couldn't get my iPad connected because there was a problem with my computer. So it's kind of on the case that I would have to basically show you the screen, and I don't know if that's going to be very possible. So I'd have to basically like might be a little bit messy. So and then it's probably too shiny to see very well. Okay, I'm making the executive decision. I'm going to pick D, and this is what we're going to do. You're going to grade your own, okay? So what we're going to do next, you're going to look at your own. I'm so sorry that, I could spend like all night talking about music theory. I love music theory so much. So what we're going to do, you are going to grade your own based on the rubric coming, okay? So this is what is next on the agenda on my slides. So this is what they do in the College Board. This is the scoring. This is the example you just did, okay? And then here are the different ways you can get points. So think about each of these squares as one of the chords. So it corresponds with each of these chords. So did you spell the chord correctly? If so, hooray, you get 1 point. Okay, so did you spell the chord correctly? Okay, so let's just do that first one. It would be a 1 in D minor. How do you spell a 1 in D minor? So if you spell it D-F-A, then hooray, you have just got your first point. Okay, so that is the process, okay? Then the voice leading is where, and there's going to be a big scoring coming up here on the next couple slides here, that we'll get into the exact things they're looking at. And everything has to do with what we just talked about with the error detections. They're going to be doing the exact same thing we just practiced so that they can say, this happened here, therefore I can only give 1 point versus the 2, right? So here's where you get 2 points. You get a point for going into the chord and a point for getting out of the chord. And that's where it gets a little tricky. Okay, and then down below Roman numerals, again, Roman numerals are going to be one of the, well, actually both, chord spelling and Roman numerals. There is one answer. There's one answer for that Roman numeral. So get that correct, right? You can do that. And then you can move on to the sometimes a little bit harder to figure out stuff, which is voice leading. Okay. So this question, you get 25 points possible. You get 1 point for each Roman numeral, like you just saw. Okay. Here, just the situation. So you can accept the correct regardless of its case. Okay. So ignore any Arabic numerals. Okay. So that's just like if you're putting a 2 or whatever, just we all, I think at this point, we all know what we're doing with the numbers and that stuff. Award no credit if an accidental is placed before a Roman numeral. So somebody asked me this last week when I was streaming, and I thought they were referring to the sharps and flats that are, for example, the sharps that you see to make a fifth of a minor key major. But I think this person was referring to sometimes people will put like flat 2. There's a lot of like, especially in jazz harmonies, that you're going to see that more often. So be very careful that if there's a Neapolitan, there probably will not be a Neapolitan, but make sure that you are using Roman numerals and definitely not numbers and then not any accidentals. I don't think that should be an issue for anybody, so you should probably not have to worry about it. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so every chord that you get, so just look through this here. The chord must be spelled correctly. Okay, that's a given. If you just have an absent mind for a second, you know, you can easily just put in a B and you're supposed to put in a C. So just it's a relatively this year short test. So the more that you can just really get a good night's sleep tonight and let yourself be on top of your game for focus ability. I feel like music theory, well, every test, absolutely, I understand, but music theory, there's just so many little tiny things that can kind of just in a split second distract you, and then all of a sudden it's off in a different direction. So you have to be very, very present for this test, very present. So do not study all night. Do not. It will not help you. Get sleep. Sleep will help you. Take care of your body. Make sure you have a good breakfast. You know, just kind of like the basic body things. I usually would talk about that at the end, but because this is so tedious, it's just like coming up in my I definitely want to make sure you guys know this. It's not just the information. You guys probably know this information really well, and it's just a matter of staying present and being concentrating. Okay. Okay, so this is here what we were talking about earlier. So a lot of this stuff we talked about earlier, so I don't have to, you know, belabor the points here, but just so you see that this is literally from the College Board. This is their rubric. So the fifth can be omitted, the fifth, but not the third or seventh. Okay. So all inversions have to have complete chord tones. Okay, so I think this is all things that you know. Award 0 points for a chord that breaks one of the more. So then it says, okay, and this is on the next page. If it has this condition, then you get 0 points, that kind of thing. Okay, so this is where you start to get into half points. A doubled leading tone. That's where you just have to, again, look, is this, what is the leading tone? Where have I used it? In which chords have I used it? And am I doubling it? Okay, there we go. So have I doubled a chordal seventh? Okay, same idea. Incorrect doubling of a 4/6/4 chord. Okay, there we go. We've talked about a lot of this thing, so this shouldn't be completely. I thought we were already studying all night. I don't know where you guys are living. It's still light out. I actually just had to turn on the lights here, but oh my goodness, you guys are hilarious. Okay. Yeah, so here, correct accidental on the wrong side of a note head. Okay, so this can get you negative. This can get you no points very quickly. So note heads, just again, like tiny things that make a big difference in music theory. That if you just accidentally put a note head the wrong way, the stem the wrong way, all that kind of stuff, then that can dock you very quickly. Okay. Okay, now we're into voice leading, which again, we've already talked about, but it's always good to see this. Award 2 points for acceptable voice leading between two realized chords. Getting out of the chord and going to the chord, okay? If all chords are realized correctly realized, and there are no voice leading errors as described in the following page, but the response seems to have excessive leaps within upper three voices, okay? So this is a little bit concerning. I haven't really seen this with you guys from what I just saw, but just be aware that you can't just kind of do anything on the soprano. Really, again, try to keep the common tone and use stepwise motion as much as possible. Award only 1 point for voice leading between two chords with the following errors. Okay, we talked about, again, the same things, unequal fifths, these hidden, the cover that we talked about that's, yeah, it is difficult to see. Overlapping voices, motion leading to crossed voices, chordal seventh, approached by descending leap of a fourth or larger. basically just don't try to have big intervals. Don't try not to have big leaps between voices. Okay. This is still voice leading. 0 points for things we've talked about still. Parallel octaves, parallel fifths, unisons, successive. Oh, so I think somebody was asking about that. I'm not sure if they used the word beat to beat, or maybe they were asking whether that was something that to be avoided. Okay, if any of in contrary motion. Okay, so unresolved chordal sevenths. So this is all stuff that people have been talking about all evening today. I think you'll understand that. Anna, is the time that we had the same amount of time? So I split it in. So you have 25 minutes for the first question, meaning part A and part B. So we just did part A, and I split that in half. So I gave you 12 minutes. Now you would have slightly more time to submit. But if we just split down the middle, since they're basically equal amount of work time-wise, then yeah, that's what you should be spending time-wise on one half of the first part of the free response questions. So yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is just, again, looking at your own. So grade yourself. Give yourself a grade. Could you find any errors? Could you find issues? Can you see any parallelism? Can you see, and hopefully you don't. Hopefully you are in the process now of recognizing it a little bit faster on the fly. So you don't have to just finish and then go back. You can, when you're working out the next chord, then you're starting to recognize, oh, I'm writing this down. Oh, wait, no, I'm going to erase that one because that doesn't make sense with this other interval going on. So, yeah, so give yourself a score. There we go. And I'm sorry, I'm kind of pushing a little bit because time-wise, because I do really want to go to sightseeing because I know that was something that's concerning people. So I was going to do a poll, but I'm not going to. There was another mock for this part. So this was a different one that we were going to do. And I was going to show you exactly what I do. I'm happy to stick around a little bit more if you guys want to do that after. It would be 9 o'clock my time. I think we're all over the country. So okay, so this is basically just a let's take a pause because you've probably been sitting for all day. So I can't see you. You can see me. I'm gonna still be sitting, but I want you to stand. Literally, do this right now. I want you to stand up. I want you to get blood moving through your body just a little bit. Relax your neck. You've probably been over a computer all day. This is going to help your body relax and feel more confident tomorrow. I mean, even basic things like just taking care of your body is going to help. I very much promise. So what's the minimum number of points? I honestly, Genevieve, I cannot give you that answer. It's so weird this year, and I wasn't able to get that answer. So I'm sorry, I don't have that for you. Yeah, so Laura, standing up feels so different now. Yeah, no, literally, please, if you're not standing up, stand up, literally stand up. It's good for you. It's good for your body. And we're going to sing. So you want to have all capacity. I'm a music teacher, people. We need to take care of our bodies because we use them as our instruments. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. All right. So sight singing. So I'm going to move on over to the piano. Actually, I might just play it on my little app here. The little tiny piano. It's the cutest thing ever. Okay. So what you guys are going to do, you're going to see an interval that's going to pop up. It's just written, and you need to sing it. Now, here's the thing. The interval is the most important. And on this sight singing portion, it does not matter what key you sing it in. As long as if it's minor, sing it in minor. If it's major, sing it in major. But if it doesn't fit your voice, if it's in a soprano line basically, and you're a bass, then sing it in your range. And you don't have to even sing it in your range in the same key. Okay? So make it easy on yourself. If that makes it easier. Sometimes it wouldn't be easier, because if you're playing the first note and then you have to try to transpose it to something else, that might mess up your brain. So really identify with yourself. Is it easier to try to, if I have to stretch my range vocally a little bit, or is it better to, do I feel comfortable transposing it to a note and knowing the intervals well enough to do that? That is your choice. Okay, so we're gonna dive into this. Identify and sing the interval. So first off, you have to look at what is the key. Okay, pay attention to these. Okay, and then the first note is this. Can you hear that? What is that interval? What kind of interval is it? And then sing that interval. If you sang, wow. You have a minor third. Congratulations. Okay. Next one. Here we are down below, bass clef. Here's your first note. And here we go. Yeah, so that one's kind of tricky going down. That one's a little bit. But I heard Charlie was working with intervals with you guys, and I don't know if she did this one with you, but this particular Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen, that one's kind of an older song, but that's good to hit that interval. Okay, do all three notes. Here is your first note. So this one, you can obviously tell it's going to the minor tonic, right? So you can start to identify, okay, what kind of harmonic is this? And how does that sound? So sometimes instead of trying to figure out the intervals, it's actually easy to say, oh, I identify that it is part of a certain minor scale. And then can I figure out how that's going to sound? Now, what kind of minor scale would this be? Please chat me up in the chat. What kind of minor scale, or basically the end of a minor scale would this be? What kind of minor? Yeah, good. Okay, and so that's sometimes a lot easier to hear the harmonic minor. All right. Okay. Okay, let's do this one. Here's your first note. And here's that Jaws theme again. Minor second. Okay. Here is your first note. What kind of interval? How do you sing it? And based on what key you're in. Oops, sorry. There you at. I can't play this piano. I'm sorry. I will not do that. I was trying to play the entertainer, but wasn't working out so well. Okay. And I'm not sure if this is the last one. I think this might be the last one. Okay. This is your first one. So when you have to think about, so again, what kind of interval that is that? Okay, that's a fifth. When you are going with a fifth down, there's a very final type of feeling when you do going down, bum, bum, you know, you're at the end. So that one is often easier to find going down. Certain intervals are easier going up, certain are easier going down. Okay, so here is your mock test. Now, this is going to be basically exactly like you would do it tomorrow. Meaning, so you don't have to say this. You can say like 5 for 5 for 5 5 5 5 whatever. But say your because you have to put your ID on your recording. So the first thing you do on today, right now, is you don't have to say your actual ID. I'm not here to to steal your identity or anything like that. But say a number if you or you can practice with your ID. I won't know the difference. So say your ID. Okay. Again, like I said, you can transpose to a better key if you want. And the other part, which I think they already talked to you about, is make sure you sing both examples on the one track. So you press pause, not stop. Okay. And then when you have it, so I'm going to give you 7 minutes. It's a little bit shorter than what you'd have for 1/2 of because there are 2 of these. So it'd be a little less time than half you would normally get, but not by a huge amount. So 7 minutes, and then submit that as soon as you can to me, and then I'll start going through them myself. Okay. And so have your little piano out, or your actual piano or instrument or whatever you want to do that. All right, here we go. You have 2 minutes. Okay. Please send in what you have. So I got something from somebody that just says hello, and it's a zip file. I can't actually open it. I went to it and it wasn't able to somehow work for me. Let me try one more thing here. But there were a bunch of files. So however it was shared, it was part of a bigger thing that with a ton of different media on it. So this is kind of rough. Okay. So Anna, do you have a voice memo on a phone or something? Like a voice, just an app? Or are you on your computer? Okay. So it looks like I'm just getting a couple people that decided to put it in. Let me see if this is also a file. Okay, I got a couple other ones. Cool. Okay, so I want, let me see, what did he say? It was on my computer. That's how I use Command Chat. Okay, so actually this is a good point to say now, and I want you to, I'm talking to every one of you. You may need to switch formats of how you're taking the test. Now, for this test in particular, I would actually recommend that for this year that you use a cell phone or a tablet, because it's going to be much easier to upload something from your phone or your tablet directly into the College Board. So yeah, so Anna was saying maybe I could use my phone for the AP test, as long as you have a very quick getting from your phone to the computer uploaded. So that's just one extra hurdle that could take up time, that you'd rather use it to get your recording really good than to have to deal with technology. So So that's why. And the other thing too is that since you're actually writing down everything from the test itself, you have to write it on to everything that we're doing with this test. Everything you are writing on something else or singing into a different, like you're singing into a different app. And then you send that recording or the picture to College Board. So see what would be the most practical, because maybe a computer isn't the most practical for this test. Who knew? Who knew? Okay, let's take a look at the grading for this, and then we're going to do another one of these. Okay, so it's 9 points. And when they say the alternate scoring guide, it's when there's certain things in the recording that are a little off. Okay, so score 1 point for each segment. So they say half measure. Now they say half measure in a 4/4 time. Now it will be 16 beats, but as you can see, this was quite long for 2/4, but it's not any more beats than it normally would be. It just looks super long because it's in 2/4 rather than 4/4 or something else. So, okay, so 1 point for each segment, which is a half measure. In this case, it would be a whole measure that is correct in pitch, in rhythm, and tempo. Okay, I am going to show you now. This is completely anonymous, but I am going to go through somebody's, and I'm not naming names, and but it's going to be used to understand how this would be scored. Let me try to find it again. Okay. So, and I will also give a few tips about what I'm hearing that would that you could actually adapt to be stronger candidate for this particular thing. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can turn it up. And I'm not going to say the ID. I'll just go right into it. Okay, so let me know if you can hear it. Oh, sorry. Let me hear this all right. Oh, no, let me say that. Okay, here we go. Okay, so rhythm was spot on, 100% rhythm. Okay, the notes were off. Not all of them, but there were enough intervals that were not really quite there, that maybe there were several that were going, the person was singing upward when it went downward, or it wasn't quite a big enough interval. Now, what it actually sounds like to me is that this person could have been much better if this person decided to sing lower. It sounded like it was a little bit out of range, and that worked to this person's detriment. I think, for example, in the first full measure, we are looking at an E flat to a B flat. That's a big jump. It is a big jump for anybody. If somebody starts the piece and then there's a big jump later, but can't physically get there because they're just not, they don't have that kind of voice for where exactly this piece is, College Board doesn't care. They want to hear a correct note. They don't care, if it's too high for you. So that's where starting lower would be actually better. So knowing the intervals would be better rather than starting on the exact note. So this is where something like having a piano next to you or whatever your instrument is isn't always going to save you, because you have to sing it. And your voice isn't necessarily what's written. Like if this, I have a very high voice, I'm a soprano, right? So this is in the bass clef. I couldn't sing it in this exact key. It would be too low for me. I'd be gravelly, and then it would be too hard, and I wouldn't I wouldn't be articulate with the pitches. Okay. So that's some tips for the sight singing. Let's see. I thought it was gonna be 8 measures long for 4/4. I'm pretty sure it's just supposed to be 16 beats. So 4/4s. I don't think it's gonna be 8 measures of 4/4 would be pretty darn long. I don't think so. I think it's just 16 beats. Okay. So now let me go back to this grading rubric. Now what's interesting is, let's see. So half measure for pitch, rhythm, and tempo. Now this person has rhythm and tempo perfectly, like perfectly. So this person's going to score higher because of that, but pitch is kind of the big deal here. So I'm not sure exactly what they would do for that. Okay, now here's where we go into the alternate scoring guides. If a student sings many of the pitches correctly, which this person did, but is consistently inaccurate in rhythm, this person was very good and accurate in rhythm, you may determine holistically to award up to 4 points for pitch. Or if a student is nearly accurate with respect to rhythm, which this person was, but consistently inaccurate in pitch, yes, then you may determine holistically to award up to 2 points for rhythm. Okay, so that's where rhythm can get you points, okay, and not just the notes. I'm going to sing this for you in not this key because it's too low for me. So I'm going to show you what would I do in the real situation, because I'm going to go back to this, and then we're going to have one more example of, because I think we just need more practice of this, okay? Let me find my little mini piano here, and I'm not a fabulous singer, guys. Don't get excited. So we're on a G. So if I were to try to sing it that low, da, 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 I can't even sing the low note there, okay? So I have to either pop it up an octave, da, 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 which does kind of fit my voice, okay? If I try to sing it 2 octaves, da, 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 then it's going to be extremely too high. So this is where you could just say, okay, I know what the intervals are, sing it in a different key. So here's what it would be in the actual key. I'm going to sing it here though. La da 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 da. Okay, so that is correct in pitch and rhythm. And so if I were to decide to try to do it in a different key, then I would just basically play another note that might be comfortable. So I could do it here. Da 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 da. There you go. Okay. So again, you know, if okay, I need to answer some questions. Are there going to be phrase marks in the sight readings? No. I don't. No phrase markings. Tempo matter? No, it doesn't. So take your time and be accurate. You can, if you need to have time to just think about your intervals, please take it. It's better to be. Oh, hey, I'll make sure to upload Mickey's Dropbox. Yeah, I got like not very many people. Yeah, exactly, Harrison. So as far as tempo goes, it is not going to get you anything. It will not get you a single thing to go fast. So let that sink in. The thing that gets you points here is accuracy, pitch, and rhythm. And so when they say tempo, what they mean is a steady tempo. So if, you know, I'm singing da 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 da, so that tempo is all over the place. So it needs to just be steady. Have the right rhythm, but tempo means, is it steady? Okay. Cool. Let's do one more. I know I go a little bit after I'm in 9 o'clock time zone here, but I'm happy to do another one. So if you guys want to stick around, let's do it. Okay. So yeah, let's go. Here we go. Here is your second one. Same process, but make sure you're sending it to me, not Harrison, so I can hear more. Okay. 7 minutes. 1 minute to turn it in. Okay, great. I'm getting a lot of responses, which is great. I'm just going to turn off my mic so I can go through a couple of them. And I'm going to choose 1 or 2 to share anonymously so we can all learn from the process here. So if you haven't sent it in, please do. Okay, cool. So a lot of good things on this one. So I think, this is really good, just like anything, to kind of clear out the cobwebs and just get used to this whole process. Thank you also for putting your name, or not your names, your IDs, and just getting used to that. It's just good to not feel like there's new things thrown at you the day of. So I'm hoping that this is making you more comfortable too. Okay, I'm gonna share a couple. And I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna have you listen as well from this first person, and let's look at the original piece. And here we, no, I didn't want that one. I wanted this one. Okay. Okay, so this one started perfectly. So number one, the rhythm is perfect. Okay, the first 2 measures were completely spot on. Can you, now I want you guys now to hear, where did it depart? Which note exactly did it start to get off? And it was only 1 note, but then kind of cascaded to having not really finding the ground until the very end again. Okay, so can you find which note that exactly happened? Okay. Where was that exactly? Can you guys tell? See, the thing is, if you can hear other people doing it, and and kind of falling off, then it shows you yourself where, how solid you know this music. Okay, so we said on the D, and yeah, exactly, good. Yeah, so I got a couple of responses, good. So I'm glad you're hearing that. Okay, so again, this started well. So this person is gonna get a lot of points here. Okay, 1, the rhythm is super solid. The tempo is super solid. Great. The first 2 measures were super solid. Then it went a little bit off, but it ended well. So that's where this person will get points for ending well, even though there was about a measure and a half or so that was a little bit nebulous. Okay. So I wouldn't say this isn't going to be, acing this part of this song. This is just one song. This is a difficult one. Okay. It's difficult. I specifically wanted to put in something that's minor and something that might throw you for different types of minors, because if you can do this, you're going to be able to do anything. I promise you. Okay. So hi, I just came up. Still going after 5 hours. Yes. Still going, Eric. Still going strong here. Okay. I'm going to play you another one because I want you to hear another one of these. Okay, let's see, which one is it? Did I have this one? Getting it up, one moment. Oh, sorry. Let's start that again. Try to get the volume up here. Okay, same thing, different person. Great. So now you guys, after hearing that, what did you hear? What did you hear? I'm going to do it one more time. I want you to hear. Now you're... Yeah, if your answer was, I heard that it was great, yes, you're correct. This person rocked it, okay? So rhythm, totally accurate. Yeah, absolutely. Rhythm was fantastic. I mean, there's a little bit shakiness in the voice, but you can just tell this person is maybe not a trained singer. And that's, you're not going to lose points for having a little bit of warble in your voice. If the person grading it can tell, like they know what the note is. It's just not, not everyone can be a phenomenal, trained singer in high school, right? So, so this was a very, very good job. Now, yeah, this is good. Cool. Sight singing. I've got a poll here. I want to hear back from you guys. I want to see how I can support you anymore with this. Here you go. So how are you feeling about sight singing? You are going to nail it, or I think I might have it, or some things I have, but really not others. Like I've got great rhythm, but not notes. Oh, I love that there are people going to nail it. Great. Or it's like super, super rough. Yeah. Okay. This looks good. This looks good. I'm happy that people feel, for the most part, really good. Okay, getting to use the piano helps. Yeah, it totally does, people. It definitely helps to have a piano there. So here are some other just kind of practical things. So you guys are probably sitting at home. You've got family. Now we're just going to talk about the logistics of doing something like sight singing when you may have, like dad or grandma or whatever on some meeting in the back bedroom, or you've got like a little sibling that's gonna come running in and like launch themselves off the bed or something. So anyway, we just have to, we know, and I'm sure your families already know how important this is, but the aspect that I'm specifically talking about is using the instrument. So some people I've already heard back before this cram session that people wanted to use their piano like in a living room or something like that. But then they're like, well, what am I going to do? Because I have to concentrate and it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to have to kick out my family. Yeah, I would really think hard about that. About whether, you want to be in somewhere that you're going to get distracted, potentially, or can you basically slam your family in a room for, it's the sight singing part is not very long. And they know how important this is, I'm sure. So just think logistically. And if you haven't already, please talk to your family now about what is happening for the sight singing part. Now, if you're going to be playing an instrument, I mean, if you're a trumpet player or you're a keyboard, a xylophone player or something like that, and you're going to be just hitting the notes at the beginning, that's fine. That's totally fine. Just know exactly what you're going to do. Are you going to use a little piano app? Are you going to use a regular piano? Are you going to use a recorder? What are you using? And just commit to it now, if you haven't already. Okay, cool. So are we allowed to play the starting pitch after we say our AP ID? Ooh, I think so. I don't want to tell you anything incorrect, but I'm pretty sure because you are allowed to play the starting pitch. And for all of the other AP exams that are not coronavirus AP exams, then that's normal. So what you do is you basically speak into a microphone, you say the ID or whatever it is, and then you're given the tone and you sing. So yes, I would say, Lily, yes. Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm really, really happy that people are feeling good about sight singing. I'm happy to go back to any other questions that you guys may have about anything at all. Are there places that you are still insecure, or do you guys feel pretty good at this point? I am hoping you guys feel good. I want you guys to feel good. So, but I also just want to know, like, if there are remaining things that you're unsure about, or you just want me to talk about again. Can you double the 4 and 5 in first and the 4 and 5, the 5 and 4 and 5 in first and suspensions? Suspensions. Okay, cool. Oh, I see. Let me write down so I know what I'm. Okay. Yeah, you are so welcome, Anna and Aaron and everybody else. I'm so glad that you guys are on here and you guys are so dedicated. And I just really hope that you guys feel more confident about everything. And these are just they're very practical, for this test. What we are doing today is just, it will support exactly your thought process during the test. So, I just really, I know it's been a really rough time for you guys in school, and, to have to do these crazy intense tests that are, especially music theory. Honestly, I think music theory is just one of the craziest out of all the AP tests logistically. So yeah, I'm like thinking about one thing and then reading the comments. So let's see, since there's so much to keep in mind, how do we minimize our time while doing, okay. What I would do, if you haven't already, do you have a cheat sheet? Okay, not okay. I'm not condoning cheating, but you know what I mean. So do you have a sheet that you can just write down, I can do this, I shouldn't do this. These are kind of the rules of part writing that are very clear. They're not just like a whole bunch of notes. Do you have something that's very clear cut, like yes, no, sometimes, for doublings and that kind of stuff? And if you don't, this slideshow will be up later. And so you can definitely go through it again if you need to look at some stuff and make a notes page. And I would suggest doing that. So then also, how do you minimize time? Basically going through that list of like, can I find this? Do I see this? Is this on there? If it's not, then move on, right? Okay. I don't know, Jeffrey. I don't know if I can answer that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Okay. Lots of social media. Okay, I'm gonna go back. Okay, so Harrison knows better than me about what is permissible this year for yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks, Harrison, for doing all the uploadings and stuff. That's gonna be really helpful for everybody. Let me get back to actual questions, and I'm not forgetting about the suspensions. And there was something about a 4 or 5 chord. Okay, and then Rachel, when you have a 5th chord, are you talking about a dominant? Are you talking about a 5 chord? And then it's okay, 5 to 6. So okay, do you only double the 3rd if it's a minor, or do you also have to do that for major? It's in minor, yeah. So minor deceptive cadence, yeah. So if it's a minor, it's a minor. Now again, that's where the 3rd doublings are a little nebulous, because there's not one clear-cut rule that says you cannot double the 3rd, period, basically. Basically those rules are saying that don't do it, but if you can't help it because there's other things going on that are worse, like parallels or doublings of 7ths, leading tones, that kind of stuff, then yeah, then you can start to double 3rds. So it's not forbidden completely, but it's more contextual based on what you have. Does that help you, Rachel? Hope that helps. I don't know if I answered your question completely. Okay, cool. Suspensions. I want to get to suspensions. Whoever was writing about that has been waiting for a long time. Suspensions. I mean, I'm going to say I kind of doubt they're going to put them on there, but they could. They could. So suspensions are basically, you're going to find them most of the time in what they are. They're tones that are not in the original chord that the chord is supporting. So for example, so we can all think very simply. Let's think in the key of C major, okay? If you have is there a high chance? There's not a high chance. There's a very low chance there will be suspensions, but I'm explaining that now, okay? So if you have let's say, you are going to have, let's just stay on the 1 chord in C, okay? So if you're doing if you're going into a cadence, you might see a C. So think about this for spellings, okay? What chord would this make up? So C, E, G, but you also have an F somewhere else, okay? The F is the 4 of C. So you will then, and it will resolve to the 3rd. So it'll go from the 4, basically like the 4th tone of the scale, to the 3rd tone of the scale in the key of C. So that would be called a 4-3 suspension. Okay. Yeah. So then you can also have suspensions. You can have 9-8 suspensions. You can have 6-5 suspensions. But what they do is they're on one note and they resolve then to a chord tone. So it's a non-chord tone that gets resolved to a chord tone. Now suspensions in particular have to be placed on a downbeat. So they're not just somewhere that's going between notes. Now I think this is like, I'm explaining this, but I think this is the explanation is a little bit more in depth than what is needed for the test. But I'm going to explain it so that, you know, you get the bigger picture here. That with suspensions, that you don't have a suspension when it's on an offbeat, basically. So if it's on the and of 1 or the and of 2, what you would have a suspension on, you see it very frequently on beat 1 exactly, that it will be held over from a previous beat and resolved then into the middle of the beat. I don't know if that makes sense by explaining it without showing you. But who is asking about that? Laura? I think Laura was asking about suspensions. Okay. Are there any questions? You guys are all going onto social media. I love it. Good for you guys. Anything else that you guys want to talk about? Or are you guys good? Are you done? Are you done for the evening? Are you guys going to just relax, sleep, take care of yourselves, have a nice breakfast tomorrow, rock music theory? I sure hope so. All right. Aaron, you're gonna rock it. You're gonna rock music theory. Okay, so again, you guys, remember that music theory is a series of a ton of tiny little details. That if you're tired, your mind is going to be elsewhere. If you're nervous, super nervous, I know that some people get super nervous, but try just like remember to breathe. Like it sounds stupid, but really remember to just breathe. It will literally calm your body down and give you more brain power. Like, yeah, it actually does. Okay. Yeah, you're so welcome. You're so welcome, you guys. I've been very happy to be here talking at you. Love listening to the work that you guys are doing, and you guys are working really, really hard, and I'm so proud of just, you guys are clearly dedicated, so dedicated. So really, yeah, my absolute pleasure. And yeah, do everybody, yeah, just, you know, rock it, guys, tomorrow. Yeah, you are so welcome, Genevieve, Eric, Laura, Aaron, Anna, everybody. Cool. All right, so I think we'll be done. Looks like everybody is basically where they're not going to spot as much as we can be. Feeling all right. I like it, Eric. I'm feeling all right about this test. I like that. That sounds like a good all right. That sounds like, I think there's like a positive in there. You know, it's all right. Yeah. Okay, cool, guys. All right, well, thanks for spending your evening with me, and just, you know, rock it tomorrow, guys. Cool. All right, bye.